getting so bad lately. Yeah, 100. Call this meeting to order. Can we please have the Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Parkhurst, council member?
And repeat after me. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Perfect timing.
Well, and this was perfect timing because my inspiration builds off of that of Councilmember Garcia's from when he did his a couple weeks ago. So on Friday, the Paralympics kicked off in Milan Cortina. And it was a significant one because this is the 50th anniversary of the Paralympic Games, which started in 1976 in Ordendovska. I don't know if I've got that right, Sweden. This year's Paralympic Games consists of 6 events: alpine skiing, biathlon, cross-country skiing, snowboarding, sled hockey, and of course, curling. It's interesting, Paralympic athletes, they're classified based on their impairment. So you've got groups of athletes that with similar impairments that compete together. For example, you've got vision impaired that will compete together. People that can stand compete together, or people that have to be seated in their events compete together. And the most decorated American Olympic Paralympian with 15 winter medals, more than 20 including Summer Games, is Oksana Masters. She's competed in rowing, cycling, cross-country skiing, and biathlon. Born in Ukraine, 3 years after the Chernobyl nuclear disaster, she suffered several radiation-induced birth defects, including legs of different lengths, missing weight-bearing shin bones in her calves, webbed fingers with no thumbs, and 6 toes on each foot. On Saturday, she won gold in the biathlon, and it was truly impressive. She's an incredibly powerful skier and an incredibly accurate marksman. She took the lead right from the beginning and didn't let up the entire race. And I look forward to seeing her compete in the 10K tomorrow and the 20K on Sunday. Oksana and the other Paralympians are an incredible reminder for all of us to celebrate resilience, athletic excellence, and the shifting of perceptions from disability to ability. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. I love that. Can we please start with roll call?
Mayor Christine Lowe,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Jean Goss,
Here.
Councilmember Edward Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Callie Creeps, here, and Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And do we have any supplemental information from the clerk's office regarding the agenda items?
There are nothing to report from the city clerk's office, ma'am.
Thank you. Let's have our reports from mayor and city council.
Madam Mayor? Mine is short. On the 28th, just the Saturday after our last meeting, I attended the Sierra Madre Little League Opening Day Parade. It was, as always, like the best day in Sierra Madre. So just a really great showing. Again, just a mountain of children playing Little League. It keeps growing every year. And when they do the opening ceremony, they have the little kids on the first base side of the field and the older kids on the third base side. And I swear the kids, like the T-ball teams, now stretch all the way like almost to second base. So very exciting for our town, and always just a great day and full of enthusiasm. And so thanks to them for inviting us, and they put us in the parade now, so that's now 2 parades we get to participate in, so that's always fun. And there actually were about 50 people, I think, watching the parade this year, which was new. Usually it's like 100% participation, 0%, viewing from the sidelines. So it was a great event. And that's all really because the chamber canceled their board meeting this last month for in lieu of having another planning session for the Wisteria Festival, which is coming up on the 23rd.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor? I've got a little bit of a longer one. We all received a letter on the YMCA tonight, and as a part of my report, I'd like to enter that into the public comments for the meeting for us. On February 25th, the Transportation Committee met, and we discussed the interim transportation proposal from Uber, and the committee developed a draft approach, and I am excited to say that it's on track to come before council on March 24th, so hoping that we can be able to do that. As Councilmember Kriebs said, I was also at the Little League opening day on February 28th, which was a great event. It honored Russ Meek and all of the great work that he has done for Little League, as well as naming the diner at Heasley Field after Lisa Carlson, which unfortunately I had to leave before, but I understand she was an absolute mess with that. And it's wonderful because she spent so much time working there and running that incredible organization. On March 1st was softball opening day, where Russ Meek IV was honored. This young man is a senior in high school, and has just done incredible work on the fields, is always behind the scenes doing so much work, as well as Carol Silberg, who is the treasurer of the Sierra Madre Girls Softball, whose kids have long since aged out of softball, but continues to give back to the community. It's just a wonderful thing to see. March 5th, we had a pre-hospital point of care ultrasound pilot. It's a training class that happened here in Chambers for the fire department. I was able to sit in for a few minutes. It's another example to me of the level of care we're able to give to our residents from the time that they call 911 till they get to the hospital. And I think that it's going to dramatically improve outcomes and prognosis from those and shorten people's illnesses. So glad to see that. There's another training event for the other shifts that's this Thursday, I want to say. But just kudos to the fire department for doing that work. Lot going on with Clean Power Alliance. They're also here tonight to give a presentation. On February 19th was the executive committee. February 25th was the Energy Committee, where we reviewed an innovation request for proposals for new innovative renewable projects that will be moved forward. And then on March 5th, we had our board meeting of the 38 cities that are part of the Alliance. We discussed a reserve policy, voted to go forward with this time of use pilot that I had spoke about at the last meeting. This is the one where in the pilot there'll be no charge for electricity consumption between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m., which is really exciting. Continue to move forward on large company accounts and open nominations for the board chair. Yesterday, I got to geek out. I went up to Sacramento and went to the Cal Independent System Operator. This is the place where every electron that comes into California goes through. It's the control center. It's the brain, the hub of our energy system. So we got to see all of the batteries that are being charged, the wind, the solar, all kinds of attributes. You got to see where all the transmission lines were. It was really interesting, and they're the ones that keep the lights on for us on a daily basis. And then today was Lobby Day in Sacramento, and we met with Assemblymember Harabedian. He sent his regards to everyone here and met with Senator Perez's office. And the objective of our trip was to support 3 electricity affordability bills, so ways that we can continue to lower bills for our members and our residents. And then finally, this morning had a really interesting call, and I want to thank the city manager and the Public Works Director for participating in it with the Institute for Sustainable Communities. And there is a grant opportunity for us to create a resilience district. There's a funding opportunity for a resilience district incubator, and what would come out of it is a needs assessment, and the funding would be used for technical assistance and advisory to design that resilience district tailored to local needs. So I'm really excited about all those opportunities, and apologize for the length. Back to you.
I love that. That's great. Who's up next?
Madam Mayor?
Please.
On February 28th, I did attend the Little League Opening Day Parade. I can't really add very much to what Councilmember Krebs did, but there were some nice remarks by Mayor Pro Tem Goss, so thank you for those remarks. March 1st, I did attend the Sierra Madre Girls Softball Opening Day festivities. Again, can't add too much to what Councilmember Parker said, but he did provide some remarks on behalf of the council and behalf of you, Madam Mayor. We knew you were out of town, and they made it known that you wanted to be there to both of those events, but you could not attend. On Thursday, March 5th, I attended the Senior Community Commission meeting. Really the exciting things that are coming out of that commission, as always. And I'm sure you're probably gonna have some announcements, but there's a walk and talk with Chair Heidorf. That's gonna start next Tuesday around Memorial Park. And he measured it out. It's a quarter mile, or I think it's a quarter mile. He gave me the distance. If you go around the park one time, and so I think every Tuesday this is going to be happening, but it's starting next Tuesday, and there's a lot of excitement about that. Also, there's a lot of excitement. The commission and staff have done a wonderful job with they're not meet and greets, but they're the socials. That's what they're called. So they're going to add a spring social. Most of the socials happen around the holidays, and I think somebody said, well, what's happening in March? And I'm not sure that they had one, and they said, don't you have a social every month, the residents that attend these things? And they said, no, but let's add another one. So there's a lot of excitement about the spring socials, and about all the socials, and there's going to be a spring social. And kind of losing my train of thought because I'm thinking about what I'm going to say next. So if you bear with me, it's going to be a little long. But I was going to do public comment, but it's really has not, I feel fine doing it here, and hopefully you can bear with me. So on Wednesday, March 4th, and I think I'm going to be okay, the Sierra Madre Elementary School community received the following email. Dear SME families, today at approximately 12:15 p.m., we had a student injury occur on campus. Since the incident occurred during the fourth and fifth grade lunch, the school initiated a lockdown team response and had all students report directly to their classrooms while the situation was assessed. The paramedics were called to assist with the injury and provide support to the school team. The lockdown was lifted and the students resumed normal activities at 12:31 p.m. We know that the situation was very upsetting to some of our students. Members of the school mental health team were available to help any student who needed someone to talk to today and will continue to be available throughout the week as needed. We are grateful for the swift response of the school team as well as the Sierra Madre Fire Department for their support during this situation. That's the end of the email. At approximately 12:15, my wife received a call from the elementary school that our 10-year-old daughter has been injured on campus and that we should get to the school as quickly as we could, and that the ambulance was on the way. Being just a few blocks from the school, we could hear the sirens as we were getting ready to get to school. Our daughter had fallen approximately 6 to 8 feet off a railing at school, landing on her head. She was knocked unconscious and was convulsing, and it was apparently very difficult for the students to witness. When we arrived, she had started to regain consciousness, but I saw no sign of recognition from her, and she kept kind of going in and out. Needless to say, it was a very scary and stressful situation and moment for my wife and myself. She was being attended to by Captain David Cad, Engineer Ryan Torncello, and firefighters Chris Edmondson, Larry Chu, and Scott Rosevier. First, I'd like to thank the school staff for their quick actions and response. I would also like to thank the community for the text, emails, cupcakes, cards, candy, notes, posters, all of the things that my daughter received. I even received a text from Assembly Member Herbedian that night showing how word travels in this community. What a great community we live in. But I would really like to express my gratitude to the Sierra Madre Fire Department for the care of our daughter. When I showed up, it was a relief to see familiar faces, people I trust. It's not easy to trust the welfare of your child to someone in that kind of situation, but knowing their training and knowing them as people, the one thing I can say I was sure about at that time is that I did not want anyone else handling that trauma situation. Thank you, Chief Bartlett, for being such an amazing leader. Without your leadership, recruitment and retention of this caliber of personnel would be impossible. I would like to say while Captain Gaycad's crew was the one that responded, I would have felt the same if Captain Ladd or Captain Bertrand's crew were the ones responding. While I would like to thank the whole crew, I especially want to thank Larry Chu and Scott Rosevier, the two that were on the ambulance that day. They were able to assess my daughter and make certain she was stable. Then they made the call to transport her to LA County General rather than Arcadia or Huntington, since they have a pediatric trauma care department, and I'm glad they did. The care that she received there was phenomenal. My wife was thoroughly impressed with the bedside manner of firefighter Rosevier and the amount of information that was articulated to the doctor at the trauma center. He gave a rundown of the care given and the symptoms, along with a timeline of all of the events so the doctor could expedite the care. I'm happy to say that my daughter made a miraculous recovery. Miracle is the word I keep using. There were no brain bleeds, no cranial fracturing, just some residual concussion symptoms, and she actually returned to school yesterday. So I would, on behalf of my family, I'd like to thank the community of Sierra Madre for the outpouring of love and support that you've shown to our family, and I would like to really thank the Sierra Madre Fire Department and the team that helped my daughter and helped us during that stressful situation. So thank you, SMFD, for everything. And that concludes my report.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, back to Little League. I too was at the Little League opening day ceremony and got to speak on behalf of our council there and our mayor, who couldn't make it, and just wanted to say that it was it's always a special time to be up there. I think it's the 11th opening day I've attended, and as you said, it's just I would use the word a sea of Little Leaguers. It was just colored uniforms as far as the eye could see, and all their parents, and just a grand affair, and just a obviously wonderful expression of Sierra Madre's community spirit. Last Monday, I did attend the ad hoc library project committee meeting. The team has faced some recent setbacks owing to the last rainstorm, so they are a little behind the original timeline. but adjustments are being made by the project team and staff. And all present in this meeting were very confident that our June 6th opening of the library will be achieved with much room to spare in the schedule. And on a positive note, as of last Tuesday, we are still under budget. So that's all I got, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, so on Wednesday, 2/25, I went to the LA County District 15 Water District meeting. There is going to be an increase in about a few months for the sewage rates as well as the water rates, and it'll be only $2.75 or so a month. Just the cost of basically the infrastructure as well as maintenance has increased 20%, while their income has only increased 10%. So that was about it for that. On 2/26, I went to a discussion that was very interesting with Pasadena Unified School District and with Pasadena City College. With their huge budget cuts that they're having to take under advisement, as well as the possibility of closing schools or readjusting what schools have what programs. We had a meeting based on what kind of programming we could better assist the school district with so that our residents are able to attend public school and still get a great, fantastic education, and how they can highlight those with these budget constraints. So we had some options for funding. That's my career job, is for Glendale Unified. So we were sharing collaboration, and we're going to be meeting next week on Wednesday in San Diego for a dual enrollment conference about how we can better bring career tech education and grants to Pasadena Unified so that that's not taking off their general fund. And so we can continue having a fantastic program, and also just bring everyone to awareness about how fantastic Pasadena Unified really is and the great programs they do have for our students. And then on the March 5th, I also went to the pre-hospital point of care ultrasound pilot program, which is called POCUS, with the Sierra Madre Fire Department paramedics. And I can't express to you how amazing it is to see how biotechnology now can be integrated with our emergency services and to give better service. What normally would take 2 hours for a paramedic to transport to a hospital, you have an ultrasound of your lungs, can now be done in the field with the skill of our paramedics. They basically take a look at your lungs using an ultrasound and therefore determine, based on the striation of lines and the image that's fed back through the ultrasound, whether you should get this treatment or this treatment to better serve and lower mortality rates. So it was very exciting. And there's only 2 departments doing that in our area. It's Burbank Fire Department and Sierra Madre Fire Department. And then on the March 5th, I attended the 4th of July Planning Committee. We're getting ready for the parade coming up with our Director of Community Services meeting the parade committee and planning for those events. Unfortunately, our secretary assistant that night didn't make it, so I was taking notes. And then the next morning, we found out Sierra Madre Fire Department responded on Scott Maxwell, who didn't make it that morning. He's one of our big volunteers for the events committee as well as for the Rose Float Association. So when you go to bingo and you're there decorating the parade, for the parade, the Rose Float, he's one of the main volunteers that you'll see in town for that. And he, 55, and he didn't quite make it that morning, but Sierra Madre Fire Department worked so hard. The family was very thankful for also the Sierra Madre Police Department for their condolences and all the hard work they tried to do. And I think that's it for my announcements. Sorry. Coming up, we've got Sierra Madre Police Department's community meeting on Thursday, March 12th at 6:30 here in council chambers. Come and discuss neighborhood watch and business watch programs, as well as discuss public safety. That's fantastic. We have a great amount of community members that have been asking for this, and we know we network very well. The leading way that we disseminate information is word of mouth in this town. So please come and join us for that. The meeting is open to everyone. Bring a community member with you. Again, that's on March 12th at 6:30 here in Chambers. And the Sierra Madre PD will be hosting a Coffee with the Cop on Saturday, March 28th, between 8 p.m. and 11 o'clock at Kirsten Court at the Starbucks. And then again, the senior walks with Community Commissioner Steve Hydorf, former fire chief, starting at 8 a.m. every Tuesday and Thursday, starting March 17th, for a walk around Memorial Park. think that's it. Anyone else have any announcements that I did not include? Okay. All right, reports from city staff. Good evening, Finance Director Harry Wong. Nice to have you here with us.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I would like to give you a brief intro of myself. My name is Harry Wong. I'm the city's new finance director. Prior to coming to Sierra Madre, I was the director of finance at City of Linwood for the last 4 years. But I actually live in City of St. Gabriel now, so I'm only a few blocks down the road. So I'm very excited. I'm coming back to the St. Gabriel Valley. I'm coming back home. To give you a little bit more about my background, I have a bachelor in accounting from Cal State Northridge and an MBA from UC Irvine with a focus in government finance. I started my career working as an auditor for a Big Four CPA firm, then for a public traded bank before switching to municipalities. This has been my 15th year in government finance, second week in Sierra Madre, and I'm looking forward for more years to come to support my city manager, the city council, and also to serve this community. And then I'm very grateful that Mike brought me onto this team. I had my pleasure meeting Mayor Lowe and Council Member Parkhurst before this meeting. I'm glad to meet all of you, and I'm ready to work with. I'm excited to work for all of you. And my job is to help identify and control the funding resources for the city programs and projects. I'll watch for the city's wallet, and I'll be the financial cop. So I'm not the cop with the gun, so I'm not as scary as Chief Barrantos, but I'm the friendly neighborhood cop. I'm here if the council has any questions for me, but if not, I'll let the meeting continue.
We just love your analogy. That was perfect. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker from staff is Fire Chief Bartlett with an update on an audit that was done, an inspection that was done at the Meadows.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Lowe, Mayor Pro Tem Goss, and Council Members Parkhurst, Garcia, and Krebs. I just wanted to, first of all, if I may, Councilmember Garcia, thank you for the kind words for the department, and we're very happy that your daughter is doing well. But thank you to Council for giving us the support that allows us to provide such high-quality care, and we look forward to that continued support. But I'd like to give a quick update. On March 4th, as a result of public comment from February 24th City Council meeting, Fire Department staff visited the Meadows project site to evaluate public communicated concerns regarding vegetation conditions. And the inspection confirmed that the exterior side of the temporary walls has been largely cleared down to soil with minimal remaining vegetation. The interior side of the walls remains in compliance with defensible space requirements consistent with current fire prevention standards intended to reduce wildfire risk in the area. As you can see, that's one of the photos of the interior side of the wall that butts up to the adjacent neighbors. From what we've seen at that particular time, it did get some work, so I'm assuming that that work happened in between the council meeting and our visit. Our staff has touched base with the developer, and we have arranged to have a systematic visit, if you will, that will be monthly to check up on the site and make sure that it remains compliant with what we're looking for. So that will be ongoing, and unless we find anything any different, probably hopefully this will be the last report regarding this topic that I'll bring forth to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. All right, presentation. We do presentations before public comments not on the agenda?
The two reports from city staff agendized for today, and we do have presentations before public comment, but it's the council's discretion.
We can do, I think the presentations would be good probably because seeing how much they might analyze any of the public comment or might adhere to. We'll go ahead and have presentations. Thank you. We have our presentation from the Clean Power Alliance.
While the presentation comes up, good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and the community of Sierra Madre. My name is Dalia Gomez. I'm the External Affairs Manager with Clean Power Alliance for the LA County area. And joining me today are the amazing Karen Smith and John Spector. Karen is our Senior Director of Rates and Strategy, and John is our Program Manager for Resiliency Programs and Grants. And we are happy to come before you today to share some exciting information about some of our program offerings and also provide a rates update. So I'll talk briefly about the agenda of the presentation. I'm going to start off with a brief overview on Clean Power Alliance, who we are and what we do. And then I'll hand it over to Karen to provide you a rates update. And then I'll come back and share some information about some of our program offerings. And then John will close it off with an update on the Power Ready program, specifically here in Sierra Madre. And with regards to questions, we can do this however you find appropriate. We can ask questions along the ways, or we can wait till the end of the presentations and do a Q&A session there.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
For those of you who don't know, we do have a new system that we are just now onboarding in the last month, so working through our kinks of it.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so a brief overview of Clean Power Alliance. We are an electricity provider that's comprised of 38 member communities through LA and Ventura counties. Here on this map, you'll see where all of our communities are located, including Sierra Madre. We serve a little over 1 million customer accounts, and that represents over 3 million residents and businesses throughout our service territory. Something we're really proud of is for the third year in a row, we have been designated the #1 clean power provider by the Department of Energy National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And we are governed by a board of directors that consists of one elected official from each of our member agencies. And that this really allows the opportunity for all of our communities to be represented when it comes to decision-making in the areas of rates, power procurements, local programs, et cetera. And I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank Councilmember Parkers for his guidance and leadership as part of our director on our board of directors representing the city of Sierra Madre. To date, we've signed 63 long-term contracts totaling over 2,700 megawatts of renewable energy and over 1,900 megawatts of battery storage. So that's new steel in the ground that would not have been built, but not for the work that we're doing with these projects. So in this case, we're also providing grid stability and grid reliability. I was here maybe a little less than a year ago, and something that's new is that our credit rating has been upgraded from an A- to an A by Standard & Poor's. And so that really indicates strong governance and proactive risk management. And because we are a not-for-profit electricity provider, all of our revenue after obviously the cost for operations, power procurement, we do set some money aside as a financial reserve, is then pulled and invested back into our communities in the form of local programs, which I'll highlight today. So how does it work? This is one of the primary questions we get when we're out in the community. So every customer who has an electricity bill, whether they belong to Clean Power Alliance or are a bundled customer with Southern California Edison, will see two charges on their electricity bill. One of the charges is for generation or electricity supply. And this is the charge that a customer receives for the actual amount of electricity they consume for that given billing period. And separately, they'll see a charge for the delivery of that electricity to the customer's home or business. So Clean Power Alliance, as the City of Sierra Madre's electricity provider, is responsible now for procuring electricity for our customers. We focus on clean and renewable electricity. And so we put those electrons on the power lines. And Southern California Edison continues to be responsible for delivering the electricity to our customers' homes and businesses. They continue to be responsible for maintaining the power lines, for reading our customers' meters, and for sending our customers one monthly electricity bill. The only difference with this bill is that it is now a joint bill where our customers will see that their generation charges come from Clean Power Alliance and their delivery from Southern California Edison. So it's really important to note that we are not an added charge on our customers' bills. We're just replacing the generation that Edison would have procured and charged our customers for. Okay, bringing it closer to Sierra Madre, the city of Sierra Madre has done really amazing work with regards to energy and sustainability. So in Sierra Madre, the city has a participation rate of 91.7%. And of those participating in Clean Power Alliance, 92.6 are on the 100% green power products. So really good work from the city of Sierra Madre. And as a result, the city of Sierra Madre has avoided over 94 million pounds of harmful greenhouse gas emissions, which is the equivalent to removing over 10,000 gas-powered vehicles off the road for a year, or the equivalent of planting over 700,000 trees and growing them for 10 years.
How many trees?
700,000
Okay.
trees, yes. And I will hand it over to Karen to provide you a rates update.
Good evening, Mayor Lowe and council members. So for starters, I'm just a little bit of background. This will be a refresher for some of you. Clean Power Alliance offers 3 different rate options for our customers with differing levels of renewable and clean energy content and different price points. So at this point, more than 2/3 of our customers across our entire service territory, including, as Dahlia just mentioned, most of the customers in Sierra Madre, have chosen 100% green power, which contains 100% renewable energy, has 0 carbon emissions, and is currently priced at about a 7% total bill premium to SCE's base rate. And SCE's base product, for comparison, is currently about 35% renewable energy. Next, about 20% of our customers are on our Clean Power product. Clean Power is at least 50% clean energy content, and currently and usually is priced about at parity to SCE's base rate. And then our third product, about 10%, a little over 10% of our customers are on our Lean Power product, which has 40% clean energy content and is currently and typically about at a 1% discount to SCE's base product, which makes it the lowest cost option for customers in our service area. Couple things to note. In communities like Sierra Madre, and there are 22 of our 38 communities across our service territory, like Sierra Madre, have chosen 100% green power as the default rate for your community. This one of the benefits of this is that any customers within your community who are receiving bill assistance through programs like CARE, FARA, Medical Baseline, are getting that 100% green power at no extra charge. The other important thing to note is that all of our customers here and elsewhere always have the power of choice. They can choose to switch from one of our products to another one anytime they want. And they can also choose to opt out and return to bundled service with SCE. So now a few words about sort of the current rate situation and rate fluctuations that we've been seeing that you may have been aware of. So CPA's board aims to set rates once each year. We aim to do this in order to provide rate stability and predictability for our customers. SCE's rates, on the other hand, typically change at least 3 times, sometimes 4, sometimes even more times each year. Those rate changes may directly impact our customers through, for instance, through increased delivery rate charges. They also can affect our competitive comparisons relative to SCE generation rates. So for instance, over the last year, the CPA board set our rates for the current year back in June for rates effective July 1 of 2025. And at that time, they set the rates to hit total bill comparisons targets such that lean power was at would be at a 2% discount to SCE, clean power would be at parity or even with SCE, and green power would be at a 6% premium. Then in October, SCE raised their generation rates, and both lean power and clean power at that point were actually at a significant discount to SCE. Green power was almost at parity. It was just under 1% more expensive than SCE, and that held true through the end of 2025. But then that flipped on January 1st of this year when SCE significantly increased the PCIA charge. This is a charge that all community choice customers pay to cover the above market costs of energy that SCE procured back before those customers left SCE's bundled service. For the last 2 or 3 years, that PCIA charge has actually been negative. It's been a credit on customers' bills. But on January 1st, that changed. It flipped to a positive. It's now a charge, and it was a pretty big increase. That meant that our customers' bills went up as a result of that charge. And at the same time, SCE also dropped their generation rate, so our competitive position relative to SCE worsened as well. Fortunately, CPA has been in a financially strong position, and our energy costs this year have been lower than were forecasted. So our board was able to take action in January to offset that PCIA increase by lowering our generation rates and getting our customer bills back very close to the targets that you see on the slide here today. The last thing I want to talk about is a little bit about overall trends in electricity bills over the last several years. I think it's no surprise to anybody, our electricity bills have been going up. They've been going up and up. And this chart, I think, gives you some insight into what's been driving that rise. So when we started serving Sierra Madre back in 2019, and that the left-hand side of this chart starts in 2019. And you can see that that orange line is the rate that all customers, whether you're CPA or a bundled SCE customer, pay for the delivery of those electrons that Dahlia described. The transmission of those electrons over the lines and wires that bring the electricity to your homes and businesses. So you can see back in 2019, that rate was not too far off from the other lines. The green and blue lines are the generation rates, so what you're paying for the actual electrons versus the delivery. So back in 2019, the generation charges from CPA were a little bit less than half of your bill, or around, let's say, around half of your total electricity bill. So half was generation, half was delivery. Since that time, you can see the green lines, which are the CPA generation rates, and the blue line, which is SCE's generation rate, have gone up a little. They've gone up, they've gone down, they've moved around a bit, but they haven't increased dramatically. But if you look at that orange line, the delivery rates have pretty much just gone up and up and up. So that when you look at the right side of the graph, which is where rates are at today, you can see that delivery is now closer to about 2/3 of your total bill. And that's really the main reason that all of us have been seeing our electricity bills go up. And of course, the biggest drivers of that increase have been the cost of wildfires and the cost for the IOUs to upgrade the transmission and distribution system to reduce the risk of wildfires. So unfortunately, that's the reality that we're all living with. The one other thing I'll just note, in case you're wondering looking at this chart, that spike that you see in the green lines right around January 1, that's the result of that PCIA increase that I mentioned. So you're seeing the increase on January 1 from the PCIA charge hitting customer bills, and then you can see those lines going down, which is the action that the CPA board took to reduce our generation rates. So I'll conclude there and just note that CPA's board is committed to continuing to provide our customers with competitive rates and clean energy options, and as well to investing in our communities to help them and our customers both to meet our collective environmental goals and to keep clean energy affordable and accessible for all. So I'll hand it back to you.
May I ask a question?
I have a question. Oh,
Ask
yes.
a question?
Yeah.
So we've all read, over the last year or so, the federal position divesting from sustainable green power. I'm just wondering if any of those changes in policy at the federal level have trickled down to the local level, and obviously not affecting the rates as you described them, but just sort of atmospherically affecting service such that rates are affected as well.
It's a good question, and Councilmember Parkhurst, as chair of our Energy Committee, may be in an even better position to answer that than I am. But I can say that the short answer, and in the short term, no. We have, for years now, have been very actively pursuing long-term power purchase agreements for renewable energy, and so we've already successfully locked in a lot of good prices for good, clean, renewable energy. We have started to see the effects in some of the bids coming into our request for proposals for energy further out in time, reflecting, probably most significantly the uncertainty around tariffs and the ability to purchase equipment from foreign sources. So in the near term, no, and we're all sort of waiting to see what will happen in the future.
I'll add to that. We are currently procured for current demand and forecasted demand out to 2030. So we've got that locked in, so we know what those prices are going to be for those contracts. We're in the process, and we'll be starting this year to be contracting beyond 2030.
Thank you.
and that, this is a kudos to staff. I can't take any credit for it. CPA was very active, very engaged in that 2019-2020 time period of doing a lot of contracting, and we've gotten the benefits of that. We've been long for a while in a lot of our energy, and so that it's going to pay us dividends not only just now but right out into the future. Karen, I do have a question. Looking at this line here, it's gone up by about 2.5 times. Do you know what the forecast is for transmission costs out into the future?
For SCEs,
Yeah.
I don't have a better crystal ball than anybody else. Affordability obviously has become a big topic of conversation around the state, and there's a lot of interest in looking at ways to to keep electricity affordable. I think in the near term, over the next year or so, we're seeing in the SE forecasts, in the forecasts that we get on SCE prices, hopefully a leveling off. Hopefully we're not going to see more years of the 10, 15, 20% year-over-year increase. But
Great, thank you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot on it. We happened to be talking about this today, was part of the reason I asked. And so from one of the documents that CPA put together, there's a projected rise of 350% over 2024 rate by 2045. So I appreciate it. I think you're right. It's level now, but it's going to continue to go up. And that's one of the things why we were in Sacramento today, was we're trying to work on that right now and trying to address that concern, because we see it coming down the line. I mean, this is the thing that's amazing about this organization is that it's looking out there 20, 25 years into the future, which is pretty amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, local programs for a clean energy future. So our board of directors has adopted a strategic plan calling for $200 million in investments in these local programs that benefit our communities in these 3 priority areas. That includes local resiliency and grid management, transportation and building electrification, and local clean energy procurement. And here on this slide, you can see a list of all of our program offerings. The little icons tell you what customers are or may be eligible for these programs: residential, commercial, or partner communities. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to highlight a few of the programs. But first, I want to draw your attention to our program finder, which you can find on our webpage at cleanpoweralliance.org/programs. We're really proud of this. I think it's a really simple way for our customers to visit our website and learn more about our programs, particularly which programs they may be eligible for. So on the right, you'll see 4 tabs: residential, income qualified, commercial, and partner communities. Customers can switch and toggle in between tabs and learn more about our programs and how they may be qualify or be eligible to participate. Okay, so I'm highlighting these 4 programs today. The Energy Team is a program that we offer to our residential and commercial customers. In essence, the Energy Team is a team of energy experts that our residential and commercial customers can reach out to, say if they have any plans for electrification projects at home, or if they're in the middle of electrification projects at home, they have questions about what to do, how to start, how to move forward. They can contact our Energy Team, who will be able to provide them with unbiased information. And just to highlight a few of the services that the Energy Team provides, they can do guidance on available rebates and incentives and tax credits to maximize savings on their projects. They can provide assistance finding qualified contractors and reviewing bids or proposals if they're already in the process. They can provide customized electrification and resiliency plans that are tailored to individual homes and businesses. They can provide virtual energy assessments to identify energy efficiency and electrification opportunities. They can also provide technical support for customers who are already in the process of electrifying or fire hardening their properties. And they can also do virtual wildfire assessments to identify home fire hardening opportunities. And the last one is one of our newer services that's been added to the energy team. And more information about this and all of the other programs is available on our webpage. Going to the EV Smart Charge program, this is one of our newer programs. It's a program that we offer our residential customers who charge their electric vehicles at home. Here, basically, we provide our customers an opportunity to optimize their electric vehicle charging through the use of an app. And again, it's through the use of an app that customers can optimize their charging so that their charging can automatically take place at times when electricity is cheaper and cleaner. We estimate that participants who participate in this program save an average of $100 per year on electricity costs, and they can also unlock financial incentives by smart charging. So if they complete a certain amount of smart charges, they can get a $5 or $10 coupon. The Sun Storage Rebate Program is a program that we offer our residential customers. As the name of the program indicates, it's a rebate program. So customers who install an eligible battery storage system at home can receive a rebate of $750. For low-income customers, they may qualify for an additional $250. And for customers who live in communities in high fire hazard severity zones, they may be eligible for an additional $1,250 resiliency adder. And then lastly, I wanted to highlight the Power Response Program. This is a demand response program that we offer our residential and commercial customers. And here, customers can save energy and also save money on their electricity bill by minimizing their electricity usage at times when demand is really high. For example, the hot summer days or later this week when it's going to be really hot, the grid is strained and everybody has their air conditioner on, and so people who are participating in this program who minimize their electricity usage might be able to save energy and money on their electricity bill. And we offer several different pathways for customers to participate. There's a pathway for customers who have smart devices such as smart thermostat or battery storage system. We offer a pathway for customers who want to participate in demand response but don't have the smart devices. And then we also offer a pathway for customers, for our commercial customers to participate in demand response. So again, all of this information and more is available at cleanpoweralliance.org/programs. And I wanted to highlight the Energized Communities program, which is a program that we offer to all of our partner communities, including the city of Sierra Madre. The Energized Communities program is our sustainability program where we help our communities meet their sustainability goals. And this program consists of two pathways, and they're not exclusive, so our partner agencies can participate in both pathways. The Pathways to Electrification offers up to $250,000 in technical and financial support. And here we have three different pillars, which you'll see here, include building electrification assistance, community electric vehicle charging, and electric fleet transition services. So we work with our partner communities. They identify which pillar they are interested in participating, and then we work closely to help ensure that we can meet their sustainability goals through the Pathways to Electrification. I do want to note that we are working very closely with city staff to see how we can support the city through Pathways to Electrification. The other part of the program is the Innovation Fund. Still a sustainability program. Here we also offer up to $250,000 for a unique decarbonization project that the city is working on. Unlike the pathways to electrification, Innovation Fund is the competitive part of this program. So member agencies can submit an application for review, and then we will select the certain amount of member agencies to provide funding to. And again, here with Innovation Fund, we are working closely with city staff. And I might add that your city staff is amazing. We work very close with James. Sorry, James. But it's been a pleasure working with him. And then lastly, to close it out, we have our resiliency program, Power Ready, which you might be very familiar with. And to give you an update on Power Ready, specifically here in the city of Sierra Madre, I'll have John provide that for you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Thank you for having me. It's a privilege and an honor to be here. I am John Spector. I'm the program manager for our Power Ready program. Some reasons why we offer the Power Ready program. These are solar and battery storage systems that align well with climate adaptation plans and climate action solutions for local governments. There are multiple different reasons why electricity power outages are occurring, including obviously wildfires, heat waves, and overall grid emergencies. And this obviously impacts local governments' continuity of critical operations and community services. One of the reasons, or one of the strategies that CPA invokes to help local governments is we are a joint powers authority at heart. What we are doing is we are combining multiple projects together to realize economies of scale and to help local governments throughout Los Angeles County and Ventura counties to achieve these projects. Sierra Madre is one of our 11 projects that are currently underway. We have been working very closely with staff. I will also echo Dahlia's comments on James Carlson. It's really been a tremendous pleasure to work with him and work with your staff to move these projects forward. You can see a number of the other participating agencies throughout our service territory. They're receiving a similar solar battery storage and backup power offering. We're making some really tremendous strides. We are starting construction very soon this year, and we're expecting all of them to be operational at the end of this year. I'll go quickly through this slide, but a few things to highlight is that we are guaranteeing that a portion of the battery system will be available at all times for backup power. This is a very unique offering because it's typically more expensive than commercial offerings you might realize because that portion of the battery is not being utilized. We know that this is a complete priority for local governments, and so that's why we're offering it. We are using a portion of the battery for daily grid optimization. The battery cells do want to be utilized on a recurring basis, and we're able to switch those battery cells as we are charging and discharging. One thing to note is that when the grid power is not available, the solar and battery systems have an automatic transfer switch, and they're able to provide backup power near instantaneously for select critical loads. Here at Sierra Madre City Hall, the police department and the fire department, we have worked with staff to sign an MOU that designated some critical electric loads. Those include loads within the Emergency Operations Center, select 911 electric loads, traffic control, and the IT server. If we are given a notice of a planned power outage event, like a public safety shutoff, then we will use commercially reasonable efforts to charge the battery in advance of that, so that way the battery backup duration can be longer. And obviously with lights and other loads, if those loads are turned off during the day, for example, the battery can last even longer. Another thing to note is that under certain circumstances with the solar power, if the sun is rising, the solar power can charge the battery. During an outage event, the solar and battery power can't go back to the grid because it's actually a hazard for the linemen working on those lines. So it stays completely contained at the site here. Really excited to talk about the progress to date and some upcoming next steps here. You can see the 90% drawings for the solar system here at City Hall. You see the solar and battery specifications. Previously, we've signed an MOU with the city and worked with staff to sign a site lease agreement between Coast Energy, who is our project developer. The permits have been submitted as of February 24th, and that's where we are to date as far as next steps. And upon the approval of the permits, we're tracking to prepare the site for construction for mobilization about early April, hoping for a roofing upgrade about mid-April, at which point the solar systems will be installed around mid-May. After that, the battery will come to the site and be installed, and towards later part of the year, the wiring and commissioning will occur, and hoping to have permission to operate by the end of the year.
Can I ask you a question on that too? If
course.
anything happens with, say, remodels or adjustments, how feasible is it to replan the layout
Of the solar system? I would recommend to connect with us as soon as possible, but these are currently in plan check. One of the considerations for us is that we are keeping the power output consistent. So it's likely we can find a few other places for the solar panels on the roof, but happy to follow up with staff if there's any concerns there.
Thank you so much.
And that concludes my priority presentation, so happy to take any questions or leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we also have a,
Oh, did I?
it's a temporary diesel generator, but how does the battery liaise with, because I know it's some of the same operations that we need that diesel generator for?
Yep.
How does it work together, or is it separate? How does that function?
It's a great question. Code still requires you to have the backup generator. The battery is considered an optional standby backup power source. So you are still required to have the generator. The battery and the generator can work together in certain circumstances. In some cases, you can actually use the generator to charge the battery, which is not necessarily ideal, but there is some compatibility built into the mechanics and the hardware there. One thing in the design that we've done too is we've separated, making sure that the loads powered by the generator and the loads powered by the battery don't interfere with each other. So you still are able to keep the code mandated loads separate, and the battery provides additional backup power to the other loads.
Thank you. It's good to know that that's being considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Karen or myself? Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and hopefully we can come back soon with some better news. Thank you.
Dahlia, Karen, and John, thank you so much.
All right. How many comment cards do we have? Madam Clerk? 5? I'm wondering if we should do, are all our presentations about half an hour long, like the last one or more? Would anyone be opposed, or would anyone want to make a motion to change the agenda and do public comment first?
I'll make that motion.
All right, I'll approve. I mean,
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed to doing that? All right, we're going to go ahead and change public comment to before the presentations, so that those of you who would like to participate in public comment can do so and not be here for another, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, another 2 hours or so. Just be aware that anyone who wishes to speak before the City Council is asked to complete a speaker card and provide it to the City Clerk prior to the start of the meeting or right now. Speakers are generally limited to 3 minutes per person, and time may not be delegated. So we now have a new timer for you, really large, right? And I know, nice. Right here for you, so you know your timing. Under the Brown Act, the City Council is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item not listed on the posted agenda. Addressing the City Council from the audience is not permitted at the time unless we bring you a microphone, because then we cannot produce that public comment to those that are watching at home. And may I please have our first comment from the public?
Madam Mayor, the first speaker is Rob Stockley.
There was some type of music as you walk up.
Is that part of my 3 minutes?
No.
Good evening, Mayor Lowe, council members, staff. I'm Rob Stockley. I'm here for the Sierra Madre Library Foundation. And I wanted to sort of tack on to Mayor Pro Tem's comments about the progress at the library. They're getting much closer to being ready to move in for the grand reopening on June 6th. The Library Foundation has been in this campaign to sort of match what the Friends have put into the project, and we are within about $75,000 of our original goal. So we're really pleased about that. It's just another example of the generosity and support the library gets from the community. So last fall, we did a challenge match. Again, thanks to some donors, we were able to raise $75,000 in a challenge match. I want to highlight the Krebs family for participating as one of the lead donors. And you may remember seeing something like this. Well, now's the time for us to finish strong once we're within sight of our goal, and to show that donations go straight to the library and not to high-tech presentations. There is the information that the community needs. We are in the midst of a $10,000 challenge match, so our second one. And we already have raised $6,000 towards that challenge. So this is an opportunity for those that have been thinking about making a donation to get it doubled. The match will go until March 28th, which happens to be Wisteria Day. And we're hoping that our success matches what we had in the fall. We also want to invite you to come by our table at the Wisteria Festival on Saturday the 28th to learn more about what's going on at the library and perhaps participate in this challenge. And I can't give you too many details right now, but we have another phase to our present fundraising that we're going to be rolling out in the near future and really be pitching on the 28th. So again, the information there is Sierra Madre Library Foundation, P.O. Box 563, Sierra Madre 91025, and you can find us at sierramadrelibraryfoundation.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thanks for
You want to
getting us
leave
up
that
early.
in the back, your poster?
Madam Mayor, the second speaker is Cheryl Fukuzaki.
Good evening, Council. Before I get started, before the clock goes, Mr. Garcia, I just want to, my heart goes out to you and your family. My prayers are with you, your daughter, that she makes a full recovery. I can't even imagine what you went through. It's tough. Sorry. Okay. So I'd like to address a couple of items that were stated at the last council meeting regarding the Meadows project. For many weeks now, residents have been expressing their concerns at these meetings because the soil testing results show dioxins on the lot where Toll Brothers is currently in the process of building homes. Dioxins are associated with severe damage to human health and are dangerous even at low concentrations. Mr. Giragosian, city attorney, stated the city had requested soil testing by the developer on May 5th, 2025. I submitted the public records request for that document, which I will read now. I do want to note the document that was sent to me had a portion of it redacted. Claire Lynn writes, Hi, Alex. That is a great suggestion. I would recommend the soil testing like what we have done for our open spaces. Arnulfo can please place a condition on the grading site improvement plans that he is about to sign. Alex says, awesome. Do you know how much this costs generally? Claire says, Ted told me that the Girls League got their report for $40 for each park. Normal rate would be like $100. Not a burden at all. I think the trick was to use an out-of-state engineering firm. Alex replies, okay, perfect. The New Urban West shouldn't object. So, a $40 test from an out-of-state company is what the city of Sierra Madre considers to be a viable option to test the land following one of the most catastrophic fires in U.S. history. This email is infuriating, disappointing, and appalling. This document shows a thorough testing of the land prior to development was never requested to the developer. I told you prior, residents had a meeting with Andrew Dutton, land development manager at Toll Brothers. Because the trenching occurred through the contaminated soil, Dutton said he would retest the areas where we felt the contamination may have spread. When the soil retest results came back, residents discovered Andrew Dutton lied. He only retested FS2 and did not expand the testing area as he said he would. Mr. Garagosian also stated that trenching did not occur through the contaminated soil. This is false. Residents told you last council meeting there was proof of the trenching, yet the very next day you permitted Toll Brothers to begin grading. My husband sent you an email and has yet to receive a reply. Why did you permit grading to begin when residents told you there was proof of the trenching and were concerned about the dioxins had spread? Why did you not ask the residents to see the video they were telling you they had? To protect the residents, you should have put a halt to the grading until you were able to properly investigate what the residents had told you. You now have the proof, yet still choose to disregard the truth and continue to let the land be completely decimated. A toxologist expert confirmed to residents the dioxins could have easily been released into the air when the trenching occurred. He said the land should have been inspected prior to any activity beginning on that property, including the tree removal. Remediation results still show toxins in that soil. Air sampling needs to be done because the lead, arsenic, and dioxin levels are above the DTSC HERO cancer endpoint screening. When those become airborne, they will be even more dangerous and toxic to the neighbors. Last week, the city confirmed they aren't requiring Toll Brothers to conduct air quality monitoring such as real-time
so much,
or
Mrs.
air sampling at
Kisaki.
property lines.
Thank you.
What
thank
is
you.
the
If you wanted to
reason
do what
the
you
city-
can do is submit the letter to us so we can read through the rest of it. Thank you
We
so
are,
much.
but we just don't get a response.
We have a response, you're right. But you're right, I do see responses on March 2nd. All right, next speaker, please.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Deb Sheridan.
Mrs. Sheridan, I'm sure you saw the last Clean Air Alliance was probably interesting since that's similar to your son's work.
I too would like to be off the clock for a minute. And Councilmember Garcia, I am so happy that your daughter is okay. And I too would thank the fire department and the paramedics because my 12-year-old daughter, many years ago, broke her leg at Heasley Field. And once we finally found a phone to call them, they were there within minutes, and she was in the hospital within minutes, and they calmed me down. So, all right, on the clock. Deb Sheridan, Valley Vista Drive. I have a few gripes. Our city's website has always been unduly difficult to navigate. But now I went to the website and they are using cookies. I'd like to know why this is. Cookies amass data for anyone who dares to brave this website. And this is totally unacceptable. I have read several articles from Consumer Reports, and I believe it's illegal to not be given a choice to opt out of these cookies. And if I have no choice, I am not going to the website. Am I going to have to call the city clerk to find out what's happening at our city council meetings? And also, I would like to reiterate too that we're not going away as far as the danger at the monastery, that the air quality is not being monitored as far as we know, and I'd like to know why not. We all know what can happen when there are high winds, as we had last weekend. You just have to look at all the palm fronds all over the place. And we residents also, I'm reiterating, I know, but we requested that the city select the testing company, and yet we find it very curious and worrisome that a company based in New Jersey would do the testing. Why New Jersey? Our city manager sent us an email saying that the FS2 dioxin soil has been removed and remaining soil has been independently confirmed clean. What is the organization that is independent? Might this be Hillman that's in New Jersey again? And why doesn't the city get involved rather than trust the Toll Brothers to protect our health? And the residents were asked for 29 were asked for questions to submit to Toll Brothers, and 29 were received, but they never ever received answers. And now we're being told that the developer has set up a website or an email. And why would anybody believe that when they don't answer any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deb. And just to repeat from last meeting, I do believe we're going through our email with Wolf. And I think there's a specific email that is on the website for anyone who wants to make comments or email directly to Manager Wolf in our part.
On the email, but you have to use the cookies to get there.
I think you can deny cookies.
You what?
You can opt out of cookies.
I tried.
Okay.
And no, you can't.
Okay.
Not that I can find.
All right. And thank you. Our next.
Yes, Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Philip Yao.
Good evening, Mr. Yao. I hope you got my way to check your email. I mean, your U.S. postal mail. Great, easy way to sign
I didn't
up.
get a chance to
Okay.
really look. I mean,
It takes one
as
click.
I told
It's
you,
awesome.
work keeps getting in the way, you know. This is like a part-time, but, you know, more like a full-time gig just to talk to you folks, which I enjoy, obviously. That's why I keep coming back. Just before you start the clock, want to thank the fire department and even the police department. My wife had a heart attack a year and a half ago, and they did an excellent job. They took the minimal amount of time to get to my house and promptly assessed her and got her to Arcadia. And so kudos to them, all right? Similarly, you know, with your sentiments on that as well, okay? Anyway, you can start the clock now. Okay. Well, I guess I preempted a good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Philip Yao at 513 Sierra Keys Drive. I'm here to address a very serious issue regarding, brings you guys back a little bit, Measure M special election costs that took place on May 9, 2023, and particularly the city's failure to recover the full amount from New Urban West, who is the developer behind the meadows at Bailey Canyon. So, brings you guys back a little bit. I'm sure we all remember. It's been just a little while ago. Let me start with the facts. On January 24th, 2023, during public city council meeting, then city manager Jose Reynoso reported that New Urban West had agreed to fully offset the election costs if council selected May 9 or sooner as the date. To quote Reynoso, New Urban West has agreed to offset the election costs if council selects an election date of May 9, 2023 or sooner. The council chose that date, obviously, which satisfied the condition and obligated New Urban West to cover everything. This concession was publicly presented as a way to resolve disputes and avoid burdening taxpayers. The election happened and Measure M passed narrowly, but the total cost came to $457,724.59. And that number came from a public records request that I had filed. Furthermore, New Urban West only reimbursed $197,901.86, leaving a shortfall of close to $260,000, actually $259,822.73 that taxpayers had to shoulder. That's over $250,000. I'm going to hurry up a little bit. Okay, I sent a formal request. Mr. Bruckner replied and saying that in short, there would be no actions against New Urban West because of some sort of sharing agreement. I disagree with that. The May agreement came after the election and does not erase the earlier public promise of full offset. Moreover, there was no disclosure to residents before the vote that taxpayers might cover any cost. Nothing in council meeting, no public notices, no transparency. Had citizens known that, we might have, some of us may have elected differently. This shortfall represents a waste of public funds and a potential breach of fiduciary duty. I'm demanding that the city provide full accounting of this, cost-sharing agreement. Explain how it supersedes the January
Thank you, Mr.
concession.
Yao.
And then lastly, I will end up right now.
We can actually respond to some part of it, too.
I've already emailed you folks.
Oh, yeah, I hope you looked at your email this evening. I saw the response.
Well, let me just finish. Thank you for your time. I
Thank
urge
you.
the city council to address this on a future agenda, and more importantly, your commitment
so much.
to ensure
And
accountability.
What we will do is, again, all public records are on the website. You can rewatch the whole city council where we discussed it. We did give you the values. We are going to have responses at the end from our city attorney to those because they are part of something we already agendized, so we can talk about them since we
No, I
agendized them
understand.
prior.
That's why I'm suggesting
you.
a future.
We've already gone through it. We agendized it before. We went all the way through it, and we can send it to you, or you can actually look it up and rewatch it and look at the
I
minutes.
did watch it.
Okay, we'll send it to you. Well,
And
I
that's
recommend
why-
you watch the January 29th meeting as
Yes.
well, where I recommend to watch that as well for full context of our decision.
I did get the data from you folks through a public record.
And watch January 29th.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch January 29th. You'll see
Right,
the
but
whole
it's
breakdown.
not
And the
satisfactory.
presentation.
It is not satisfactory. You guys have to watch out for the city.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Yao. We definitely do.
Quarter of $1 million.
Thank you.
I
Yes.
brought it up in that January 29th.
Again,
meeting
watch
on the appeal.
what happened, but you guys, you left before the end of the meeting. You would have seen the response. You went through the whole presentation, but when people leave at public comment, they don't watch the rest, hopefully go home and watch the rest. Because it was addressed in the end of that meeting during the whole presentation, after public comment.
Okay, then the
All
city
right.
manager.
Do
did
we
not-
have any more public comments
city
before I have
manager
more
did not-
questions?
Did not address that correctly in your response to me.
Madam
then.
Mayor, there is one additional
Would you agree?
speaker.
sir?
Okay,
Alicia Yao. Alicia Yao.
all right. We'll do that, and then we'll have any responses that, to reiterate, again, we can only comment on things that have been agendized, and we've already gone before. We can't do anything that would be a new agendized item. Thank you.
Okay, I also feel for you, and I know that a lot of prayers may have brought some kind of miracle for your daughter, huh? So, thank God. All right, so city council members, as a Sierra Madre resident, I'm a bit puzzled and concerned that it took a full-on thesis from our city attorney to explain why those defective postcard notices for the January 15 Planning Commission meeting weren't a Brown Act violation. Meanwhile, folks like me and my neighbors are still counting on those old school mailers to stay in the loop on big decisions. I kindly urge the city to step up transparency by letting everyone know about the shift to online postings under AB 2257. Maybe through a simple newsletter or announcement so we don't miss out on participating. Also, I wanted to say that the fire chief had posted up some pictures of the weeds that were abated, and that was just the west side, but not the south side. And if you look on the south side, it's still a lot of bushes and trees and weeds there. And also, I remember seeing a video of when they did the trenching that day, and I was watching myself. And according to the mitigation, you're supposed to water the place first, and as they're doing it, so no dust comes up, they should be watering right after. Sorry, but I didn't see that, so that's another concern. Thanks for listening. Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Yao.
Madam Mayor, there are no other speaker cards submitted at this time.
All right. So when things are agendized prior, and we've already gone through them and they're a repeat, they're not something that we would need to re-agendize, and therefore they are covered under any comments or replies. So I'd like our city attorney to follow up on some of the communications that have been happening, as well as the transparency. A lot of things are brought up as fact, and words are synonymous when they're not, I've noticed. So if you'd like to address some of the concerns and responses that our city has been replying, so that the whole world and everyone can watch and know what we're doing, and not just he said, she said.
So Mayor, just a couple of points, and I'm just offer these for clarity in response to some of the public comment. The first was there was a reference to an email, the first one that had to do with testing, and it was read out. Just for clarity, at that time, back in May, we were contemplating lead testing only. Our thought process evolved, and the testing actually became a lot broader. But I believe for lead testing, the price was only about $40. So at that time, we were contemplating lead testing. That's where the $40 amount came from. But we've tested for much more.
And that was based because the Little League was paying for themselves to test all public spaces where kids would be playing, correct?
Correct. That's where we got that figure from. The second is that I believe there's a picture of the trenching that was done for the fencing that was installed. And that picture shows that it comes up right in front of FS2, meaning it doesn't go into FS2. So I encourage anyone that's interested to submit a public comment, to submit a PRA request. I believe we have that picture. We're happy to provide it. Also, our code enforcement officer went out on site and confirmed that the trenching hadn't been done in FS2. So we have at least a staff person eyewitness to that. Third, there was a question about whether Hillman Consulting was the third-party entity that was doing the testing for this site, and also the city's person that was doing the independent review. Just to be clear, Hillman was contracted by the developer to do the testing. Our independent third-party consultant hired by us was called Group Delta. They reviewed Hillman's work. They made edits to their suggested mitigation measures, and those edits were eventually adopted by Hillman and the developer, and then we implemented those mitigation measures.
Can I ask you a question? Are those type of entities certified to do this type of work? And is that a state standard or a county standard?
Correct. These are engineers that do exactly this work, soil testing and, right.
And is that a local county standard, or is that a state standard or a federal standard?
The specific testing method, I don't recall off the top of my head. I know at the time when we were contemplating the testing, we wanted to make sure that we did everything that the county was doing on the sites that burned in Altadena. So that was what we were tracking.
Are we allowed to do any type of extenuating or more extensive testing? Are we allowed to require that? That's beyond our code?
We can generally require more testing if it's needed.
Or to a different standard than is the standard used by, like, in other words, let's say something happens and we have more extensive testing, but no one else is mandated to do that testing. Is that
Well, we relied on the authority and expertise of the EPA, the County Public Health Department, which is also our health department, and other agencies within the federal government. So we relied on their expertise and what they were testing for, and we tried to model and mirror what they were testing
Okay.
for. And then lastly, there was a comment about the need to make people aware about the online posting requirement. Just to be clear, that's in reference to agenda packets being posted online. That's been the case since about 2019.
Thank you so much. All right. Moving on from public comment, we do actually have a presentation about our website as well. So if anyone is leaving, please watch that so we can you can better understand how to navigate our new website, which I've been playing with. And anytime we have a little error, it's probably good to report those errors so that we can work on that. But thank you so much, everybody. All right, now to the consent calendar. Can you please? Oh, you're right. Forgot we have to go back up to presentation. Sorry about that. I was going through my checklist. All right, can we continue with our public safety reports from our fire department and our police department? Did you want police department to go first before do you need any of your personnel back? Your personnel left, so I didn't know if you wanted them present. Okay, thank you so much.
Good evening once again, Mayor and City Council, and thank you for the offer of bringing them back. But they went on a mountain rescue, and hopefully they're back before daybreak. First of all, I'd like to basically really acknowledge Fire Department's administrative analyst, Amy Sue. The hard copy of our annual report they have in front of you, and as well as the presentation. She worked tirelessly on this, and I think she did an amazing job highlighting 2025 for the fire department. And for the public as well, there is a copy that can currently be found on the new city's website for their review as well. So with that, basically, I'd like to open up by obviously mentioning the obvious, if I will. The past year has been one of the most challenging periods our community has faced in recent memory. In 2025, Sierra Madre experienced a series of events that tested not only our emergency response systems, but also the resiliency and strength of our entire community. It began with the Eaton fire, which threatened homes, disrupted lives, and required immediate and coordinated response from our firefighters and our regional partners. As we moved through that incident, our focus quickly shifted from fire suppression to protecting lives and property under rapidly changing and difficult conditions. Not long after the fire, the heavy rains that followed created new challenges for our community, bringing mud and debris flows to areas already impacted by the burn scar. Once again, our firefighters, public works team, law enforcement partners, and many others worked tirelessly to keep residents safe and respond to evolving hazards. Throughout all of this, what stood out most was the strength of the Sierra Madre community. Residents supported one another, volunteers stepped forward, and regional partners provided critical assistance during times when it mattered most. I also want to thank Mayor and City Council for the continued support during this difficult year. And most importantly, they'll have to watch this, but I want to recognize the men and women of the Sierra Madre Fire Department. Over the past year, they demonstrated extraordinary sacrifice, dedication, and compassion in serving this community. Tonight's presentation will reflect on the past year, highlighting the department's efforts and what it truly takes to serve the Sierra Madre community. I'd like to begin with the administrative side of the department and the resources required to support emergency services. The fire department's operating budget for the fiscal year is approximately $3.9 million, with the majority of those costs dedicated to personnel. That reflects the reality that emergency services are primarily a people-driven service, relying on trained firefighters and paramedics who are ready to respond 24 hours a day. Beyond personnel, funding also supports suppression, operations, emergency medical services, training, equipment maintenance, and the administrative system required to keep the department functioning effectively. While emergency services require significant investment, a portion of those costs are offset through cost recovery and service agreements. Over the past year, the department generated roughly $867,000 in cost recovery and program revenue. Much of that comes from EMS billing, our paramedic subscription program, and agreements that support regional response and training partnerships. We also participate in state mutual aid deployments, including responses to incidents such as the Blue Fire and the Garnet Fire of 2025. These deployments not only provide reimbursement to the city, but also allow our firefighters to assist other communities during major incidents while gaining valuable experience. Turning to operations, our call volume continues to grow. Total incidents increased about 4% over the past year, reflecting the ongoing demand for emergency services in Sierra Madre. The majority of those calls continue to be related to emergency medical services. When we look at the breakdown of those incidents, the trend becomes even clearer. Out of our total responses, over 1,100 calls were EMS incidents, compared to an approximate 168 fire calls and just over 100 calls for service or service-related calls. This highlights an important reality for modern fire departments today, as we are as much emergency medical service provider as we are fire suppression agency. Our EMS system has seen significant increases in certain type calls. Data collected through our electronic patient care reporting system shows notable increases in medical incidents, particularly falls, which increased by more than 120%. These types of calls are often involve vulnerable members of our community and require both medical expertise and compassion from our paramedics and firefighters. In response to these trends, the department continues investing in advanced EMS capabilities and training. As was mentioned earlier by council, one of the examples is our point of care ultrasound, or POCUS, which allows paramedics to perform diagnostic imaging in the field and better assess patients experiencing breathing difficulties or other critical conditions. Advancements like this allow us to deliver hospital-level diagnostics directly to the patient's side. Overall, EMS demand continues to grow significantly, reinforcing the importance of maintaining a strong and well-trained paramedic workforce. Our crews respond to these calls at all hours of the day and night, providing immediate medical care and often serving as a first point of contact for residents experiencing medical emergencies. I think I might have got myself off a track here. No, back on. My apologies. There we go. Might have to jump around a little bit. I think I might have messed up my slides. My apologies once again. But our prevention team continues to manage a growing workload that includes inspections, plan review, vegetation management, and public education. These efforts are essential because most effective fire protection often happens before the emergency occurs. Our community training and public education are also a major focus for the department. Over the past year, we introduced several new community events and training opportunities, including CPR training programs and public outreach events designed to teach life-saving skills. Programs like caregiver CPR training and youth outreach events like CPR Superhero Day help empowered residents with the knowledge and confidence to act during emergencies. Of course, the Eaton fire had a profound impact on Sierra Madre. Without our community, or excuse me, within our community, 14 homes were destroyed and an additional 25 structures were damaged. Evacuation notifications began early in the evening, and evacuation warnings followed shortly thereafter by evacuation orders. Our firefighters worked alongside regional partners throughout the night to protect lives and property during extremely challenging conditions. Looking forward, the department continues to focus on community risk reduction and wildfire preparedness. This includes defensible space inspections, brush abatement compliance, grant opportunities, and the development of our community wildfire protection plan. We are also working closely with our regional partners to support vegetation management and mitigation efforts. Programs like the Fire Safe Council, Sierra Madre Fire Safe Council, and through community outreach and emergency notification signups, help ensure residents and informed, prepared, and connected. Together, these efforts represent the work of every division within the Sierra Madre Fire Department: administration, EMS, training, prevention, and operations, all working towards the same goal: protecting our community and strengthening resiliency for the future. And that concludes my report, and available for any questions.
Can I just make one quick statement before I forget, because I didn't want to interrupt you, but one really amazing thing that I've noticed in the reports that I've heard from the other areas about the Eaton fire, how quickly what time did our evacuations kind of come out? Like, what was that time frame between the start of the fire and then our city initiated an evacuation? I don't know if it's in your notes, if you remember.
It might be in my notes. I don't have the exact times, Mayor, on that. I was anticipating that question, but they're omitted from my notes. But I do know that within the agencies or the cities affected between Sierra Madre, Pasadena, and Altadena through county fire, we were definitely in the lead as far as the forefront of doing evacuations, especially the evacuation orders. At that point in time, I did go against the incident's recommendations to hold off, and we pulled the trigger for our residents, irrespective of that recommendation. So.
And I have to thank you for that, because I know that these strike teams that you go on really make you and your firefighters very aware of fire behavior, more so than other entities that don't go on as many outside incidences. And so I really thank you so much for continuing that education and initiating that and absolutely saving our community. Thank you.
Madam Mayor? So I found our text string with the city manager on that night, and as of 9 p.m., the city manager said that we were moving towards mandatory evacuations for zones 1 through 3, 15, 16, 7, and 8, so around 9 p.m.
That's 3 hours prior, 3 hours after the incident started, so that's amazing. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Greaves, thank you for being my fact checker.
Madam Mayor, so kind of going back to, as we had the debriefs, but 1 year later, and it's a pretty obvious question, but did you see that we had an advantage of having you as at incident command, knowing this city better than anybody else as far as our strengths and weaknesses, to be able to advocate for us rather than having an outside agent, or let's say a larger agency supporting us? Do you think there's an advantage there?
Councilmember Garcia, thank you for that plug. I would absolutely support that statement and that question. No matter whether it's Sierra Madre or any other local agency, I firmly believe having local control with local representation from your own department absolutely puts us at that table to make decisions based off of our community, our needs, and our assessments throughout the years. Not to say that any other agency, larger agency or not, could not do the job, but there's that intangible importance for having local control, absolutely.
Madam Mayor, So we've been singing your praises all night, and I think we could continue to do it all night. Just kudos to everything you do for this community. Two of the people we don't recognize as often is yourself. We're always talking about the staff and the amazing things that you do, but I think Councilmember Garcia said tonight that your leadership is just incredible with this department, and we were so lucky to have you. So thank you for this update. A second thing is that Ms. Sue, this is the absolute most gorgeous report I've ever seen from the fire department. Truly, it is absolutely stunning, well laid out, great information. And thank you so much. It's a great resource.
Madam Mayor. So I was just wondering, you did mention, make reference to the Fire Safe Council. I'm just wondering if there's an update as to their latest activities and if there's, a PSA that we can put out to the public as far as getting involved with them or, following their efforts so that everyone can be aware of their efforts and what we as a community can be doing to make our town more resilient and fire safe.
Thank you for that opportunity. Absolutely. With the establishment of the new website, actually, we just had some conversations this afternoon about getting their information located on there. For those purposes, people can then visit their website and hopefully sign up and get involved. We are also currently working with the Sierra Madre Fire Safe Council on revigorating, if you will, our chipper days, and we're looking to hopefully have an event coming up within the next couple months that will most likely be sponsored by and paid for by the Fire Safe Council. We're looking for additional funding to hopefully broaden the scope of that, but we're at least going to get it operational again. And so they're working really hard on that. Gavin Lee and his board they're here once a month with their meetings, and yeah, they're really strumming up some relationships and partnerships, building those with some outside entities looking for funding and looking for support. So we should be looking for some pretty good events and forward progress from them in the future.
As a follow-up too to that, I love how much work Gavin has done and how much you've collaborated with them. I might want to suggest that there's some collaboration with the police department and their neighborhood watch coming up, just to help. People seem to be drawn to the same type of work. And if it's in public safety and we have a neighborhood watch that's going to be revamped, and then we have a Fire Safe Council, they seem to be very similar in what their goals are to keep us safe. So if we could collaborate with groups that outreach to their own neighborhoods, that'd be fantastic.
I think great minds are thinking alike. We are working with, or the Fire Safe Council is also looking at reaching out to the neighborhood watch captains to see if they're interested in being block captains for the Fire Safe Council. They already have the contacts, they have the list, they know their neighborhood better than anybody else. So that is moving forward as well.
Great. And that, again, is on Thursday, March 12th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what question to ask you, so I look smart. I can't think of anything. You're doing a fantastic job. I think what Councilmember Parker said, I'm just going to say ditto. Keep up the good work.
If you don't mind, sir, I could throw one your way.
Okay, do it.
I was prepared to answer, but it didn't come. So we did not get a chance to get this into the report, but I think it's a great statistic to offer, if you will, and that's really our response times for 2025. Just to kind of lay that out for you, on there's basically EMS and there's suppression response times per the national standard. And so according to the national standard, they really look at the 90th percentile, which for EMS, they're looking at a 5-minute response. Our 90th percentile is 6 minutes, 13 seconds, which is 73 seconds above that national standard, if you will. However, our average is 3 minutes, 59 seconds. For the fire suppression side, they're looking at a 90 percentile response of 5 minutes, 20 seconds. We're at 6 minutes and 25 seconds, 65 seconds over that 90th percentile. However, our average time is at 5:21, 1 second above the standard. Of course, we may ask the differences between the average and the 90th, and the 90th percentile basically measures the slowest 10%, if you will. So that considered, we have the one station, we have one engine, one ambulance, and as you know, just for example, trying to get up into the canyon, that is going to be a delayed response. Trying to get up at the top of Mount Wilson Trail Road is a delayed response. So again, the 10% of the slowest, that could be incumbent on that. We can also be on another call and have to clear from that. But overall, again, our EMS average is faster than the national standard, and our fire suppression average is right at the benchmark. So I'm happy to say that we are providing extremely good service to this community with great times. So thank you for that question, Councilmember.
Very welcome.
And as I said in my council report, as my wife is on the phone grabbing me from my desk last Wednesday, I hear the sirens during the phone conversation with the school. Amazing response times. The gravity of it also lands on you when you hear those sirens. It's kind of a scary thing, but it's great to know that we have such quick response times. But on that note, since this is an annual report to the council, which means it's an annual report to the community, could you go through the process and explain how to sign up for the paramedic subscription program? Because I don't know if everybody knows, but for the past, I think, maybe now 2 years or 1 year, we now have family plans and business plans, and the family plan is crazy affordable for up to a family of 5. Could you, I know it's one sheet that you have to fill out, and I think administrative, I don't know her title, but Ms. Sue will go through and process these things.
Correct.
Could you explain the process so our community is aware of it?
Absolutely, and thank you for that opportunity. It's a great program. It's that insurance that you hope you never have to use, but in case you do, it's going to save you a lot of money. A typical advanced life support transport, or ALS transport, is over $3,000 nowadays. Those that sign up for the paramedic subscription program, anything that the insurance does not cover, we waive. So basically no out-of-pocket to the patient for that transport. Currently, the way to sign up, and hopefully we will get into the new century with this, and we're looking at means to do that. However, currently it is a paper form that needs to be filled out. We have some right out here in the lobby. We can have some at the station, and I do believe we still have some at the library when it reopens, and the senior home as well, if I'm not mistaken.
There's some in the police department foyer as well.
Correct, yes, sir, in the public safety lobby. And so once that is filled out, basically that can be brought back to the fire department, and our administrative analyst, Amy Sue, she processes each one of those individually. So it's an enrollment process, and it's an annual payment based off of when an individual signs up. That starts the calendar for their year. And so we highly recommend it. Yes, we did institute a family plan and a business plan as well to the individuals. Previously, if you had for example, if you had a household of 6, it was and you wanted to do your whole household into the subscription program, it was individual enrollment for all 6 members. Kind of costly, not what we wanted to try to do and place that burden on a family. So we tried to come up with a better way. But yes, we do recommend it highly to the community. Be more than happy to help anybody out if they just come to the fire station, and we can walk them through everything.
How does someone get in touch with the fire station? Would they go into the lobby and then ring the bell, or?
Numerous ways. Going to the lobby, our partners in the police department serve a dual purpose and also greet folks for the fire department, but they can let them know to knock on the door, ring the bell. They can call us 626-355-3611 for the non-emergency number, or they can also send us an email at fire@sierramadreca.gov.
Thank you. I personally have used the subscription program, and it would have been $2,000, even with my amazing insurance. So it's a fantastic program. My family has actually called 911 now that we're all out of the fire service. We've been transported a few times. So thank you so much for all you're doing. I cannot keep saying how proud I am of everyone who you work with and how you've interfaced with the community, gone to automatic aid, and you are not just participating with our neighbor cities, you are leading our neighbor cities and leading us towards greatness. So thank you so much for your small and mighty.
We appreciate that. And yes, we have done quite a bit in the last 6 years since we've made this transition. Sierra Madre is definitely on the map as far as that goes. But thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, yes. Thanks, Chief. Our next presentation is from the Sierra Madre Police Department. Thank you, Chief Barrientos.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, City Council, and members of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm here to provide the Sierra Madre Police Department's 2025 annual report, which offers an overview of our staffing, calls for service, crime trends, and key initiatives over the past year. This report provides an overview of the challenges, the progress we have made, and the priorities we have set for 2026 as we continue working to keep our community safe. Our organizational chart reflects a focused department that is currently operating with vacancies for captain, sergeant, an officer, and dispatcher. We recently completed captain interviews and continue recruiting to fill these vacant positions. We have people in backgrounds currently for dispatch and community service officer. Our emphasis is on hiring individuals who are not only qualified, but also the right fit for our community. Our approach is to maintain our standards rather than simply fill a position, ensuring that our community continues to receive the level of service it expects. In 2025, we experienced a significant increase in the demand for service. Dispatch call volume rose from almost 30,000 calls to over 37,000 calls. While officer dispatch calls for service where officers or officer activity increased from 6,000 to over 13,000, almost 14 calls, so it nearly doubled. We also...
Chief, can I
Yes,
just ask a question about that? I'm not sure if you crunched the numbers, but I assume that some portion of that increase is reflective of the Eaton Canyon fire calls from that night or those few days around the fire. Is that correct?
I'm sure that's probably a portion of it, including other calls. Yes, I'm sure it's related to that. We also saw an increase in calls related to mental health issues, homelessness, and parking complaints, reflecting both evolving community needs and our officers' proactive engagement in addressing quality of life concerns. Traffic enforcement activity in 2025 remained relatively consistent with 2024 in terms of citations. However, we did see an increase in traffic collisions, particularly with minor injuries, often reported as complained of pain. Traffic collisions calls increased from 85 to 121, and injury collisions more than doubled from 12 to 18, while citations remained relatively steady, slightly from 891 to 848. In response, one of our priorities for 2026 is to place a stronger emphasis on traffic enforcement. One of our goals is to deploy a dedicated motorcycle officer, which will improve visibility, mobility, deterrence, and enforcement throughout the city. Overall, our crime remains relatively low in Sierra Madre, with only minor changes compared to 2024. Part 1 crimes, which is more serious crimes, increased by 1 incident from 17 to 18, driven by a small rise in residential and commercial burglaries. We think that's attributed to, after the Eaton fires, some of the burglary crews saw it as an opportunity to come into Sierra Madre and or local communities, Pasadena, Arcadia. They also experienced an increase in burglaries. To address this trend, we deployed decoy vehicles and directed additional patrols in the affected areas. Despite the increase, other serious crime categories remain very, very low. It's a very safe community.
May I ask a question? What's a simple assault?
Simple assault, a battery.
It's like
Aggravated assault is usually certain amount of sutures, great bodily injury. Yeah, that's where it differs.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Okay. Part 2 crimes. For Part 2 crimes, several categories, including thefts and vandalism, declined in 2025. However, we did see an increase in thefts from vehicles, often involving vehicles or residents leaving their vehicles unlocked with valuables inside, as well as other offenses such as trespassing and driving without a driver's license. Our detective unit continues to handle a substantial caseload. We have one detective and a part-time detective there, while maintaining consistent filing and clearance rates. Total detective cases decreased from 545 in 2024 to 412 cases in 2025, while cleared by arrest numbers remained stable at 83. At the same time, felony filings increased from 9 to 21, and detectives executed more search warrants and seized additional firearms. These numbers reflect the unit's continued focus on thorough investigations and successful case outcomes. Sierra Madre continues to benefit from our partnership with Foothill Air Support Team, FAST. Fast response in our region increased from 316 incidents in 2024 to 439 in 2025, likely attributed to the Eaton fires also, representing a significant increase in air support utilization in Sierra Madre. This equates in 2025 to over 1,200 minutes of on-scene air support, which greatly enhances our ability to safely manage critical incidents such as the Eaton fire, while improving officer safety and protecting our residents. We're also invested in a regional SWAT team through the Foothill Special Enforcement Team. In 2025, FSET had 18 activations, including full team activations and outside agency assists, while the Crisis Negotiation Team had 9 activations, and the CNT is dispatchers, drone operators, and crisis negotiators. Several of our officers have expressed interest in joining FSET, and the team is scheduled to test in June or July of this year. This selection process is rigorous. It includes an oral interview, physical fitness test, and a shooting qualification. Beyond strengthening our regional partnership, this collaboration provides access to highly trained personnel and valuable professional development opportunities that benefit the Sierra Madre Police Department. Bear-related calls for service remain a unique and ongoing public issue for Sierra Madre. Total bear-related calls increased slightly from 366 in 2024 to 384 in 2025. With activity peaking during the summer months. Most of the calls, as we know, fall into a few categories such as public safety, conflict, habituated, no harm, no foul, and depredation. However, in 2025, we saw an increase in public safety and conflict bears, which involved bears displaying either aggressive behavior, entering or attempting to enter homes. In 2025, we experienced an anomaly, which I've discussed in the past. In June, in the July month, a single bear entered 41 homes and attempted to enter 18 others. The animal was ultimately captured and euthanized by the Department of California, by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Since that time, we have had 0 reported to date of any home entries. However, as we,
Sorry to interrupt. On that note, I know this is covering 2025, but just anecdotally, to go with what you just said about the precipitous decline in home intrusions. In general, I feel like the bear activity has been lower this year, anecdotally. Is that your sense as well?
for 2026, it's about the same as last year. We have 3 calls, bear calls, year to date.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Which is about average. As we enter bear season again, usually starts around April, we continue to emphasize prevention and community education. We encourage our residents to report bear activity, secure crawl spaces, lock trash bins, and avoid leaving food or other attractants outside. We also encourage residents to use the online resources available through the city for additional guidance. That's wildlife.sierramadreca.gov. Looking ahead to 2026, our focus remains on strengthening community relationships and improving communication. We're expanding outreach efforts, improving internal systems that ensure accountability, and aligning our initiatives with the needs reflected in our calls for service, crime trends, traffic data, and community feedback. As discussed by the mayor earlier today, this Thursday, it's at 6:30 p.m., typo, we will host a neighborhood watch meeting here at City Hall to help energize our community safety network. Historically, our community service officers who led these outreach efforts were community service officers. However, now we have assigned Officer Sean Porter, which I will introduce shortly, who brings in extensive policing experience and community-based policing to lead and expand this program. Also, after a setback last year, we're also relaunching the Community Police Academy this June, which will help residents better understand the why and the what behind the badge, and how they can partner with us to keep Sierra Madre safe. Also in 2026, we'll introduce the Explorer Club. We called it 242 because of our address. The first program of its kind in the San Gabriel Valley. This program is designed for youth ages 10 to 14 with a focus on discipline, leadership, development, and service. It will provide an opportunity to mentor young people, build positive relationships with law enforcement, and strengthen partnerships with both Sierra Madre youth and the youth from surrounding communities. And then lastly, we're also preparing to deploy a motorcycle officer once our police motorcycle arrives. We had a date of March 20th, but we're waiting to see if we get it by that date. This position will enhance traffic safety throughout targeted enforcement, increase visibility in high collision areas, and throughout the city. The motor officer will also support community engagement and enforcement through a visible presence in neighborhoods, school zones, and business districts. Finally, I want to highlight the people behind these numbers. Over the past year, we have hired personnel who collectively bring over 165 years of law enforcement experience to the Sierra Madre. Their backgrounds include community policing, supervision and administration, investigations, traffic enforcement, gangs and narcotics, records management, firearms training, and academy instruction. The depth of experience strengthens our department, allows us to mentor newer officers, and helps ensure we continue to delivering the level of professionalism our community expects. At this time, I would like to briefly introduce these members of our team, the new members, to put a face to it. So when I call their name real quick, I'd like them to stand up, and it's going to be real quick. We have 2 officers that are not here today. So I'll go from the lowest time on the job, Derek Crenshaw. He's got 12 years of law enforcement experience. He did 11 with Montebello Police Department. He was an officer, a field training officer, and also a SWAT member with Montebello PD, and he's been with us almost a year. Next is Victor Fernandez, 15 years, law enforcement experience. He did 10 with LA County Sheriff's Department, and 5 as a DMV, Department of Motor Vehicle Investigator. Next to my right, Richard Rogers comes with 17 years of law enforcement experience, 10 with the feds and state, and 7 with a DMV as an investigator and a sergeant. Next, I'd like to bring up Jeanette Rodriguez, 25 years of law enforcement experience. She retired with LAPD. She was an officer, a field training officer. She worked administrative, and something she probably doesn't want him to discuss. She's a Medal of Valor recipient, saved her partner's life during an assault when her partner was rendered unconscious. Next is Rafael Ixco, 27 years of law enforcement experience. He did 25, retired out of San Bernardino County Sheriff's. He was an officer, a field training officer, retired as a sergeant. He also worked 2 years as a sergeant at Mount Sac College. Also, he doesn't want me to brag, but I will, Medal of Valor recipient during a terrorist attack in San Bernardino County that we're all aware of. He got to go to the White House and receive the Medal of Valor from then President of the United States. Next is Sean Porter, 31 years, 5 years with LAPD, about 5 years with Tustin PD, and then 20 years with the Orange County DA's office, and retired as a commander after 20 plus years with, and then my favorite, kidding, Eddie Zelaya. We worked together for years, 31 years. He retired in February from the Los Angeles Police Department. He was an officer, field training officer, investigator, and a sergeant, and he was also a part-time Sierra Madre police officer. And then I'm gonna get to the civilian side really quick. We have a part-time dispatcher, Tina Ramirez, who worked in the both private and public sector, and she has 20 plus years of customer service experience. And last but not least, our part-time records supervisor, Marie Tsai, comes with 35 plus years of supervisory records experience. She retired out of the San Gabriel Police Department. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you so very much. Do you guys have any questions for Chief Barrientos?
No questions.
Sure, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Comments and questions, just a few of them. I wrote them down as you went, but I can't find, okay. Again, this is a great report, thank you. It's important for us to hear, but equally important for the community to hear. One thing, there's always a misunderstanding about traffic enforcement. Traffic enforcement is generally for public safety, correct?
Right. Traffic enforcement saves lives. Thank
And
you.
not for revenue generation?
That is correct.
Can you give us an idea of, like, let's say it was a $100 ticket, how much money actually comes back to the city of Sierra Madre in like a $100 ticket, or whatever the average ticket is?
Thank you for the question. What I can respond to is, I know it's minor. I don't know what amount, because I don't get involved with amounts. We don't set fees for citations. That's done by the county. All of our citations go through the Pasadena Superior Court. So our traffic enforcement is obviously not for revenue whatsoever. It's for public safety, and it's saving lives through traffic enforcement. So I can't tell you, I don't receive, or the police department, I could assure you, does not receive checks from the county. So I couldn't give you an amount. That's probably a finance question. But the purpose behind it is not for revenue. Absolutely not.
Yeah, and I don't recall where, it may have been the finance committee, but we had a breakdown of how much comes back, and it's unbelievable how little it is. It's like, dollars, a very small percentage. Same goes for parking tickets. That's my understanding too. That's really for the community to kind of move along the parking spots.
Thank you for the question. Yes, if you could see if we go to that slide, I think we almost doubled. We had over 200 calls for service in 2024, and it increased to over 500 for 2025.
And I just want to mention,
May I follow up on that? So what are the largest traffic safety violations we have in the city?
Which is it?
What are the traffic safety violations? Like, what are the ones that you're finding most common in the city?
Thank you for the question. The most major ones is U-turns and stop sign.
Great.
Speed would be the third.
Okay. And I'll just make a comment on that. You know, I know that those officers are probably the least liked in the city. We have such officers friendly in the city. It's such great customer service. But this is a really important part of that safety in the city. And you know, to the staff there, just from my perspective, thank you for doing that. You guys have always been very polite, always very straightforward and factual folks, and that's probably one of the less enjoyable tasks that you guys have. So thank you for that.
So kind of on that less enjoyable part, really counter to that, because you know we have the National Night Out, so the folks can meet you in a less than stressful situation, and that's great. But I just want to give kudos to you as a leader in the department, because more than ever, you and the officers are more visible and out of their units than I'd ever seen. You know, I don't know if it's a function of more First Amendment type of events in Kirsten Court, but just as an example, when the middle school had a walkout, I saw yourself and officers liaising with the teenagers down there and talking with them. It was a very, very nice thing for me to see you out there as the chief and the officers out there talking with the kids about, you know, whatever, I don't know what you're talking about, but getting to know them, because community policing is so important, especially with a community like ours. And I just want to say, it really wasn't too much in the report. You mentioned it, but we see that you're making an effort. I saw Officer Rogers at a community, senior community commission meeting and giving them updates on how to be safer as an older person in their home. We have lunch and learns, coffee with a cop, all these things that are really enhancing, I think, your service to the community. So I just want to say I'm grateful to you and everybody there that's behind you for what they're doing for the community, getting out of the unit and actually being part of the community when they can. So thank you.
Thank you for the compliment, and everything's owed to the people behind me.
Can I piggyback on that? So I was glad to hear that among the top 3 traffic violations was not the handicap parking violations in Kirsten Court, because we know we've talked about that a lot, and that's a personal peeve of mine, the people that park in front of Starbucks, either in the handicap or in the stripe next to the handicap spot. And I know that the reason that it's not in the top 3 is because you and your staff has made a concerted effort. I've seen you multiple times basically patrolling that exact area, both for the purpose of clearing out that spot or making sure that spot is used appropriately, and also keeping people from deciding that the street through Kirsten Court is somehow also a parking spot. So I appreciate those efforts, both because we talked about it as a council, it being a concern of ours and a concern of the community, and to see that direct response has been really, I'm really pleased and proud that we have the kind of relationship in our city that people can raise concerns and we can see almost immediate action taken to ameliorate those concerns. So I want to thank you for that. And also, I would be remiss to point out that the job that you guys are doing in lieu of the parking enforcement, or sorry, the crosswalk enforcement that we've asked the school district to do. I know they've been somewhat lagging on their end of that, and so we appreciate very much that your department has continued to keep the crosswalks and the school crossing areas safe while that crossing guard gets put in place at some point soon, I hope. So thank you so much for continuing those efforts and spearheading the conversations with the school district to make sure that our students are safe. So thank you very much.
Chief, thanks for the report, really good report. I'm interested in the motorcycle police that's going to happen soon, I guess, March 20th. Are we going to have just one officer dedicated to that? Will we have more than one officer? Will this be during any particular time of the day, or will it be all day?
Thank you for the question. So right now, we don't have a dedicated full-time position for the motor officer. We do have a traffic enforcement section within the department. Right now, we're a little short-staffed, so we haven't filled that void. So the part-time officer will be here probably about 30 hours, 35 hours a week on a motor, working as soon as we get it. March 20th, they gave us a date. It could take a little longer. He's already trained, so it's plug and play, which is good. He'll go directly to traffic enforcement. So that's kind of the plan. The second plan is once we're fully staffed, hopefully soon, I will dedicate the actual position to a full-time officer who will operate from a police vehicle, and his primary duty will be traffic enforcement in our city. So it would be too dedicated, and I think the numbers speak for itself. We need to put a little more focus from the PD side into traffic enforcement to reduce some of those traffic collisions with either minor or no injury.
Yeah, I continue to get, from just casual conversations, people concerned about the speed, basically, in town.
Madam Mayor? Can you tell us a little bit about some of the FSET activations we've had in the last year?
So most of the activations, I don't have a list of all of them. They're either pre-planned or last minute. So there's a criteria to respond to a SWAT call out or an FSET call out. So it'll be, the subject is number one, has a extensive criminal record, access to weapons, access to body armor, in a position of advantage. Usually they have to commit a felony crime. It has to meet the criteria. Once the criteria is met, through an app, a message is sent to the officers. The officers roll out from their residence, come here, and then go to the scene. So some of them are, it could be a call for service. Most of the activations that we've had are outside of our city. Matter of fact, all of them are. We haven't had any here. And it is based on basically the totality of the circumstances. It has to be a felony crime, and is it imminent to apprehend the suspect, and is that suspect posing a danger to the public or a family member inside? So there's a huge criteria, but some are planned and some are immediate activations, but most are pre-planned. So search warrants for gang-related incidents or a felony crime from another city, and we assist with that.
Great, thank you. You know, one of the things that was really impressive during the fire was all of the support that we had from the neighboring police departments. I can't even remember the numbers. There were 10 or 12 different departments that came to us in our time of need. Thinking about things that are going on in this region, and we've been seeing this increase in Customs and Border Protection or ICE involvement in our cities. How are we helping out our communities to help keep their residents safe and to help out our neighbors in their time of need as they helped us in our time of need?
Thank you for the question. So all of the deployment for emergency or unusual occurrences they stem from Area D. So any request for additional resources in any of our areas here in the San Gabriel Valley would have to go through the process of going through Area D. So
have we been called out to respond to any incidents from Area D?
Sir, thank you for the question. No, we have not. And I think Senate Bill 54 basically clearly states that police departments are not to work in the apprehension or in operations with ICE. We follow those same rules. In addition to, I have a directive with the department that limits or prevents any interaction with ICE in any apprehension or operation within our city also.
I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up, though, on that, too? You have been called out for Area D to assist other cities in other incidences, correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have in the past.
I think one of the recent ones might have been the police officer accident, maybe down south, or were they coming at San Gabriel, or was it?
Thank you for the question. I think the last one was the officer that was shot and killed in Baldwin Park.
That was it, thank you.
And then I think prior to that, the two officers in El Monte that were shot and killed. We've been called to assist, and we've patrolled those cities. It's that whole collaboration, the network that we have among the chiefs where we help each other out.
Thank you.
And I want to echo what Councilmember Garcia said. The number of times I saw people taking pictures with you during the No Kings protest was just, it was really a positive thing. It's how much the community knows and supports our officers and recognizes how much they contribute to the community and how much they help us out. And then, the last thing is a personal thank you to you and your team. Last year, we saw the spike in bears, and I really want to thank you in helping us respond to that. It was some challenging times, and we were able to take care of that incident, that bear, and able to help our community and start working with our neighbors in this area to respond to bears in a regional perspective. And you and your team have just been phenomenal in that sense, so thank you so much.
Madam Mayor? Yes. And I want to actually highlight something that's not as immediate to come to mind as the actual responses to those bear incidents. But I have to say that the commitment to data collection that you and your department has committed to with this bear project has really transformed our understanding of the situation. I mean, before we were relying on anecdotal evidence and calls that people would talk about, but we really now have really good data and are providing that data to the state. And I really want to thank you for committing yourself and your department to collecting that data, because I know that's not your job and that's not what you guys get excited about. So, but I think it's been really important for our understanding and solutions to the problems, and certainly our interface with the Fish and Wildlife, so that they can understand the gravity of the situation here and the ability that we can actually support our concerns with numbers, and it's not just some hysterical small city in Southern California making all this noise. We can say, no, these are the numbers, and it's a real problem, and we're trying to deal with it, and we need you to help. And your commitment to that data collection and making sure that gets entered has been really helpful to that. So I really want to thank you for that.
Can I piggyback on that too? So the COG is asking us to give some input on our experiences and our data. And if it weren't for your amazing reports and your data and even the presentations that we have, we are the leading experts in our area for bear responses because of your work and your data and your officers' work and your use of drones to go inside and look at a house and all these amazing things. So we're really appreciative because that's going to be something we can share with our communities, again, showing your expertise. So I just wanted to say too, along that line, I am always impressed with not just you, of course, because you're such an amazing leader, but your officers and your continued support of them and your selflessness and your officers are truly community police officers. They go above and beyond what I've ever seen, and it reminds me of why we're called Mayberry. It's because you can trust, and our community knows we trust you, and we trust all of our officers and our dispatchers, and I think it's also because if there is a problem, something happens, your response is so quick, and you address things that are an issue right away. And when you responded with our Eden Fire, I've never seen a more seamless command of your people as well as you also having to accommodate for other people coming in. And again, we wouldn't have the amazing response we did and the security if we didn't have you collaborating with those evacuations with Area D to make sure our community was safe. So I really appreciate that. Also working with Area D, there's been times in our history where it's just been, we're the small town, and you've brought up that caliber of professionalism you and your officers and your staff have just brought everything up. We looked at before at investigations, and before it would be if you had a robbery a burglary, or some type of theft, it was just, okay, we're not going to recover anything, or if we had some kind of crime, it's just not going to get solved. And now you've changed that dramatically for our department. So thank you so much for all you've done, and thank you for being a good friend of the community. So for everyone who goes out and works with everybody and is available all the time, it's a huge difference, and I think it's why our community remains so different. So thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you again.
Thank you, Chief. All right, we will move on to less exciting, but in some of our aspects, I'm sure. 2025 legislative session update.
I think it's exciting.
I agree, but I don't know if our community does as much.
Mayor, I agree with you. It's probably less exciting than the fire and police presentations. Every year, I try to present a legislative update highlighting the new pieces of legislation that are relevant to the city. There are 2 presentations that are going to the Planning Commission on land use and housing, so we won't be presenting those here at the City Council. We just have this one presentation. And next slide. The clicker. Oh. So a broad level overview of some of the relevant pieces of legislation. The first, with regard to labor and employment, is AB 692. A public agency can no longer enter employment agreements that require an employee to pay an employer back for a debt for employment, education, or consumer financial product costs if the employee terminates the relationship. So we did a review of our employment agreements, our templates, and none of our templates have this provision in there. And we don't have, that I'm aware of, because we just reviewed our outstanding employment agreements, and none of them have this provision. So we're good on this one.
What about for fire departments, paramedic, when they send a paramedic to be trained and certified?
They don't have an employment contract that I oversee, so I don't know if there's some separate agreement. We can look into that. You said fire paramedic?
Fire paramedic, in other words, or academy. So if a firefighter goes to paramedic school, this is why it's interesting to me. A lot of the cities have this also with signing bonuses or such.
Right.
That you earn that. They'll pay it, but let's say you leave the department early, but we've paid for your training, then that amount is paid back to the fire department if it's before the 3-year contract time.
I'll look into that. We don't have that for executive level staff, for sure. The next bill, AB 339, a public agency needs to provide 45 days written notice to labor unions before issuing an RFP to contract out work within the scope of represented employees' job classifications/descriptions. We don't really do this. The work we do via RFP is, again, for managerial staff. So we don't really have it for represented positions, but we'll keep this in mind if it ever should come up. Political Reform Act, Form 700, this is relevant to the council members. Under AB 1286, a public official must now disclose arrangements for prospective employment if employment with that employer has not begun as of the date of filing. In other words, in layman's terms, if you have a job lined up, but you haven't started that position, you're going to have to disclose it on your Form 700. And that's true when you're entering office, during your annual filing, as well as when you're leaving office.
How is that defined? Like, do you have to be in a contract? Do you have to have an offer and acceptance? Like, what's the threshold?
There is no, unfortunately, there is no temporal limitation. So we don't know if it's 6 months out, a year out. That part's not clear. But the way we're understanding it is that you need to have a contract in place.
So if that happens during the year, then you have to update your Form 700, is that right?
No, only if you, at the time of filing.
Okay, so this would be for something that would be happening around the time of filing, so either it'd be in the first 2 or 3 months of the year.
So, but it's not necessarily, because there's no temporal limitation. So if you're filing, let's say on April 1st for your annual filing, and you've secured a position that you're gonna start in August, you'll have to note that position in your Form 700.
And it's actual employment, right? Like if you have a consulting arrangement or a contractor for services or something, it's actually like employment.
Correct.
Okay.
AB 1029, so beginning in 2027, an investment for Form 700 purposes includes digital financial assets, for example, cryptocurrency. Public Works and Planning, there's just one little planning bill I included here. For Public Works, under AB 538, a public agency must obtain payroll records from a contractor upon request from members of the public, and the contractor has 10 days to comply. So we are updating our template agreements for public works projects to include this provision to make sure that we can access the contractor's records should we need it.
Is this an obligation by law that the contractors are obligated to, or do we actually have to have a contractual provision?
The request comes to us, and then we need to make that request to the contractor, and then the contractor needs to provide it to us under law.
So the contractor is only obligated if we have that provision in our contract, or this actually makes them obligated?
The statute makes them obligated. We're disclosing it in our contract, so we can have a contractual provision to reference as well. AB 1154, the owner occupancy is only required for JADUs that have a shared sanitation facility. That wasn't always the case. Before it applied to all JADUs. And JADUs can be rented, but the rental term must be longer than 30 days, so no short-term rentals. That actually reflects existing law for ADUs. There just was no limitation there for JADUs. The city council will see an ADU ordinance amendment coming your way probably within 2 months. It's going to begin, we're going to take an ordinance amendment to the Planning Commission likely in April because there are significant edits that have been made to the ADU law, and we haven't amended it in, I think, the past 4 years. Fiscal and financial training. This is probably the biggest change that's relevant to the city. There is a new training requirement. Like your sexual harassment prevention training and like your ethics training, there's a new training, fiscal and financial training. It's a 2-hour training, needs to be completed within 6 months of assuming office and once every 2 years thereafter, and it must be completed for all incumbents by January 1st, 2028. It applies to local elected officials, so all of council, appointed officials who make decisions about financial administration, like the city manager and director of finance, an employee designated by a local agency governing body to receive the training. So this is like your conflict of interest policy, but specifically for fiscal training. And a local agency executive or other similar administrative officer, so your department heads.
Would the trustees fall under that?
The trustees of the library board?
Yes.
Are they making decisions about the public fisc?
Public, I'm sorry.
About the city's finances?
Specific to the library.
But are they authorized, are they making recommendations, or are they authorized to, they're not, I don't believe they're delegated authority to
The city clerk
spend
can ask
funds.
this, but I believe they are a different entity than a commission, where a commission suggests changes or fiscal finance, but I believe the trustees are different.
Are they authorizing expenditures?
Yeah, actually, they are approving, they're approving.
So I think what you're
Warrants.
referring to are legislative and advisory boards, where the planning commission is a legislative, and the other commissions are considered advisory boards. But in the library's case, they also have reportings by the state that allows them to make decisions about warrants, for example. But I don't know, and I would have to defer to the city attorney if that includes authorizing payments beyond a certain amount.
Thank you for the question. We're gonna look into this as well.
And I think even beyond the trustees, the trustees comes to mind because of those issues. We do have some commissions that make recommendations to like waive fees on using a park, or perhaps even approving a budget for a spring social for the senior community. So it feels as though, I mean, just reading this, they might even fall into that. I just want to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row. We're confident that we're getting the right people trained and not letting things slip through the cracks.
This shouldn't apply to advisory bodies, but this should apply to all decision makers. So people who have the authority to sign off on contracts and people who are authorizing expenditures. So if the Library Board of Trustees is a body that's authorizing expenditures, then yes, they would likely fall under this. I'll have to look into it though.
And is a fee waiver not sort of an expenditure by sort of negative implication? I don't know how to express it, but like if you're waiving a fee, you're essentially burdening the city with the cost of the services without the commensurate revenue. So I guess, is that?
Yeah, to a limited extent, I'd agree with you, but I think in that scenario, that would probably be something that might fall under the city's designated parties that need to take that. I don't know that the state law is capturing commissions that are doing fee waivers.
And if I could just add, I think the more financial training we offer our boards and commissioners and city staff, the better. So I would encourage almost everybody to want to participate in this.
Great, thank you.
Here are the list of topics. They're actually very broad. I'm the only attorney on the Cal Cities committee that is putting together the outline on what these presentations are going to cover. And we were struggling. There's a bunch of finance experts and then me, the one sole city attorney. And we were all struggling with what exactly is going to be covered under these very broad definitions, but we'll be publishing the outline fairly soon. And it's interesting because every organization, so CSDA for special districts, Cal Cities for cities, the county CSAC, they're all developing their own. So unlike ethics training, these are all going to look kind of different depending on who the authors are.
So does that mean if you're on a board that you might have to be taking this multiple times based on the financial requirements of that board?
I don't know. If you take it once, it should satisfy it for all boards, but it will look likely different between boards. The CSDA one, as I understand, is very audit heavy, whereas the Cal Cities one is not as audit heavy. There's more legal in it. Emergency response and preparedness. AB 478, next update to the emergency plan requires the inclusion of a procedure to rescue pets, requires the city to post information online, including resources for pet reunification, and prohibits rescued pets from being adopted, euthanized, or transferred for at least 30 days. I've confirmed we don't actually have an emergency plan at the city. We work with the county on their plan. But I believe his title is Emergency Services Manager, Bob Spears, did reach out to the Pasadena Humane Society and made sure that they have on their website, because we contract with them for these types of services, that they're aware of this obligation and that they have posted on their website the process for pet reunification in case of emergency.
So how does that work? Because it's not like you dial 911 and you can get the Humane Society. I mean, I think of the classic cat in the tree with the firefighter. How is the interface, like, do we have to have 24/7? I mean, I assume we have to have 24/7 or not, or how does that?
This is just during emergency.
During emergencies.
Just during a declared emergency. Okay, that makes sense.
And the way our services work is when you call 911, our dispatch can notify them directly.
AB 645 states that by January 1st, 2027, an agency providing 911 call processing services for emergency medical response must provide pre-arrival medical instructions to callers requiring medical assistance. So this is something that I have to follow up with the chief on to ensure that our 911 the dispatchers, thank you, are following this requirement. Fire risk mitigation, AB 888 require or creates California Safe Homes Grant
Sorry,
Program.
Attorney
Yes.
Gargosian, so on AB 645, so that means like that the person making the call might have to take some action before the paramedics arrive?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Provide instruction. Fire risk mitigation. This new bill creates California's Safe Homes Grant Program to promote home hardening, especially in the very high fire hazard severity zone. Again, this is something I'll be working with the chief to figure out to what extent we can take advantage of these grants and make them available to residents. AB 1455 requires the Board of Forestry to adopt regulations to implement Zone 0 defensible space regulations in the very high fire hazard severity zone. We're closely monitoring that and waiting for the publication of those regulations. Police and policies, AB 451 requires police departments to adopt policies and standards by 2027 to enforce court protection and restraining orders, including firearm access restrictions. And AB 524 requires police departments to maintain a policy that requires an AI-generated official report to identify the type of AI program used and include the signature of the officer in charge of preparing it so that officers aren't simply relying on AI to generate reports. These policies generally aren't drafted by the city attorney's office. We use Lexipol that provides us with template policies, and this is pretty standard across the industry. Lexipol provides us with standard policies that are then adopted by the police chief and made a part of their overall police manual. And so I'll be following up with the chief to make sure that we adopt these by the deadlines. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Right. Thank you for that. And moving on, our last presentation is very exciting from our IT department, the city website launch and digital service enhancement with cookies.
Very exciting indeed. Riveting presentation.
That's under discussion, I believe. Yeah, that's a discussion item.
So first of all, I just want to start off and say thank you for the opportunity to allow us to talk about the website and everything we've been doing in our department. I want to go back to the early days of Mr. Bruckner being here, and the website was underway, and he challenging us to get the website done. He talked about his vision, and then challenging us to do a little bit more. And what I mean by that is the agenda management piece of it and the AI assistant. Now, we knew this was going to be a massive undertaking, just the website alone, but doing two other things was really going to be a challenge for all of us. And I'm happy to say that all three parts of that goal have been accomplished. Now, everything is still a work in progress, and we're still fine-tuning it every single day. And we like to make things better with continuous improvement and finding ways to really serve our residents. With that said, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the TACO team, Technology and Communications team. First of all, Christian Delgado, who is behind every one of these projects. He's been the brains behind the brains and doing any number of things to make this work. And also, of course, Sofia Conchas, who you will be hearing from very shortly, who has just been a mastermind of design and ideas and just a fun energy and just a wonderful person. And I would be remiss to not also mention our department liaisons for each of the individual departments who were collaborating with us every step of the way and really helping us push this project forward despite their already busy schedules and all the other priorities that we have to handle. But with that said, we do have a slide presentation for you as well as a live demo. As we all know, live demos are always fun and exciting, so we're looking forward to that. And with that, I'll go ahead and introduce Sofia Conchas to come up and do the presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I will be briefly reviewing our digital service enhancement project tonight, which includes the launch of the new city website. My apologies. our digital assistant, Sierra, as well as our city agenda integration system. So briefly, some background. The purpose of our project was to improve access to city services and information while strengthening I'm sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. Strengthening transparency and communication with our community. There were 3 main components, which were, again, our new city website, Sierra, who can get information to our residents quickly, and the city agenda integration, which makes agendas and minutes easier to access, and it's also moving us a step toward WCAG 2.1 level AA standard for ADA requirements.
Can I ask you a question? I haven't played with it enough, but when people want to find an agenda item, is there a way that, I mean, if they don't know the date, can they do a search and find which agenda that was?
Absolutely, and we'll be showing that in our demo later.
Thank you.
So let's start with the city website. It has a new, simple, modern design with a strengthened search functionality, and it's supposed to be easier to navigate for our residents. And so far, we have heard mostly positive reviews. It's designed around our residents' needs with keeping common tasks in mind. For example, paying bills, finding permits, viewing media agendas, and reporting issues, and also searching our community events. Meet Sierra, our digital assistant. So she can provide answers to common questions, and she is available to our residents 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this is also a really great function because over time, the hopes are to see a reduce in email and phone inquiries, as she will be guiding our residents to those answers.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So if a query is posed to Sierra and she either doesn't know the answer or there's not resources supporting that question on the website, does that then get funneled back on the back end so that we understand that to update the website for that information?
Yes, it does. She is rated on her answers, and those are going to be checked once weekly, and then we can update based on that information. Next, it's a very exciting component, our city agenda integration. So this is a one-stop shop for our agenda management, and as you'll see later in the demo, it makes it quite easy for our residents to access agendas and staff reports all in one place. So overall, these things benefit our residents. They're all moving towards digital accessibility and obtaining quicker information and providing a more friendly experience across different devices. They also benefit our city operations with a reduction in inquiries to staff, easier website updates, and improved content management. As Oscar mentioned, we do have dedicated website liaisons, 2 per department, who are working to keep their department's content up to date. And another feature we want to highlight, which I'm excited to show in our demo later, is going to be our community calendar, which is going to allow submissions from local organizations in our community, which will then be reviewed by staff to put on a community section of the calendar. And there's also a feature where individuals can click the categories they have an interest in, and they'll subscribe. So every time there is an update in that category, they will get an email letting them know of that update. So this improves, again, our community engagement, sharing that information with our residents.
So should we send our community leaders and secretary groups to you directly to do this, or to understand how to do this, or your email?
Yes, absolutely. I have given my card to community services, and I have also emailed the Village View content subscribers that I get content from regularly, and 5 have subscribed so far on the back end. So I'm helping them to get those accounts up and running to submit the events. And one is our Chamber of Commerce. We're trying to get that up and running soon so they can put the Wisteria event up there.
That'd be great too for like CERT and all those other groups that
Yeah.
you're not on their mailing list, you just don't know. So it's great. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And I know it's early. The website did launch Tuesday, February 24th, but we are already seeing some results. We had yesterday, when last checked, over 7,000 website views and over 310 Sierra interactions. And so that means there was over 310 questions that were asked of Sierra, because each interaction you can answer several questions during that. Some of the top categories for the resident questions were permits and licensing, city meetings and public records, and general city services. We did find it interesting. It shows 82% were viewing from the desktop and 18% from a mobile device. We do think these numbers are going to even out over time as the site is adopted. So moving forward, we plan to continuously improve our website, which will be done through consistent content updates, incorporating resident feedback, and expansion of Sierra's knowledge base, and ongoing digital improvements, which are going to continue moving us towards the 2027 WCAG 2.1 compliance for ADA. I do want to mention that although we did launch a new website, our domain name remains the same. It's www.sierramadreca.gov. And if I can, I'd like to show you a demo now of the site just to highlight some of the features I just reviewed. So here you see our homepage. It's designed with a modern, simple design to ensure that things are easily read. At the top, you'll see our navigation categories. And then this is followed by the center search bar where you can search and find things quite easily. Below is our quick action icons. These are common features that our residents use. And then our featured services. As we scroll further down, you're gonna see our news. Just currently, we have a senior community survey that's going on, so that'd be nice to engage in that. And then it also has upcoming events, one of which is today's city council meeting. And then we highlight a save the date right here for when our library opens on June 6th. So as we move up, the first feature I would like to highlight is going to be our events calendar.
Oh, there's the cookie opt-out.
I guess there is only one option to agree.
So I did reach out to our developer to ensure that there is an opt-out dismiss option on there.
Deb, I hope you're watching.
So I do want to show here that this is a submit an event category. So this is where our community orgs can submit their event. When they go to submit, they create an account, which will then give them access to submit that event. And then in the back end of the website, it will be myself reviewing and then accepting and putting that on the calendar.
Can I ask a question about that?
Absolutely.
Do we have criteria for acceptance?
Yes, we do.
We probably should make that public, right? So that people understand that if my son is having a house party next week, he really, well, not that he would, obviously, but I mean, for those kinds of things, we should make sure the public is aware of what is eligible to be on the community calendar and what we sort of, at what level we deem an event a community event.
Yes, absolutely. And I can add more criteria there. I do want to show you this page as well. This could be found under the Our Community section. and it talks about the community calendar, and it says these are community-hosted events that the calendar features, and they're submitted by local community organizations. And it does clarify that these are not sponsored by the city.
So one thing that did come up prior to this, probably prior to when we were blessed with you, we did have a public. How would we decipher if we said no to someone who is a community group member, but we didn't find it appropriate, but we don't have any stated criteria that we are excluding, like we do on our websites, like anything that's post this we can remove, but we don't have that on here. Should we develop that?
I actually have something I previously developed, and I can go ahead and I can upload it here as a PDF. And I can also send it to the individuals that I've already had create accounts, and anybody who gets in contact who would like to create an account.
Offensive language or, I guess, controversial? What did you suggest?
Yeah, we're creating a public forum, so we should have some criteria.
A question on the calendar. So I see you've got planning and senior, but I don't see that you have community services, natural resources, or the others. Where is that?
Go to the bottom.
Or you're saying in the categories or on the calendar?
Actually on the calendar. I don't see I don't see those events on there. Is that just in process, or why are some commissions on there and some not?
So they should all be up because our commissions did add them. And when you select the criteria of public meetings, that's where it should show.
Scroll down for community services because it should be on the 16th.
So planning commission meeting is here.
Right.
Community service should be, I think, on the 16th or the 23rd. I'm not sure which, but.
And I can take a note on the meetings that are missing, and I can go ahead and talk to our department liaisons on getting that updated.
And Edwin's a senior? When are the senior meetings?
The first Thursday of the month.
And it's there.
Our senior community commission meeting is here.
So we're just missing
Community services, which I
Natural
think.
resources.
and
Natural resources, okay.
That's under a new director, so that could be why.
I'll go ahead and I'll reach out to those commissions. Thank you for that.
Oh, and we're missing library. Library's not on. Library board meeting?
Look up.
Oh, there it is. Yep, my apologies. Thank you.
I do want to point out that we can select different categories and filters. So if somebody only wants to see the public meetings, they could filter by public meetings or public safety activities or just library events. There's also the subscription I did mention earlier where they can subscribe here to specific categories of information that they would like to receive updates on.
Mr. City Attorney, I assume that's not going to supersede our notice requirements under the various required legal requirements?
That's correct.
So what qualifies as a public safety meeting?
Public safety is just a category, so it's not necessarily only a meeting. It could be anything that is hosted by our fire department or police departments.
So like the Thursday nights, the police officer, Chief Dorientis.
Neighborhood watch.
Neighborhood watch. So that would in theory be on here. So those are still needing to be updated.
Yes, I can reach out to the department. You said it's a neighborhood watch meeting?
And coffee with a cop.
Yeah.
Probably CERT.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would be
Fire safe
any
council.
public safety type programming.
Yeah.
Would go under that filter.
Okay. So yeah. So there's still some need to update, but I mean this is incredible. I mean this is really, the nitpicking is not intended to detract from all the great things that are on here.
And I do want to mention our liaisons are working really hard on getting this information updated. So I'll definitely continue to work with them. I do want to show you guys, for example, our fire department did already update and add the Sierra Madre Fire Department Easter egg hunt to our calendar. So it is reflected there. But I appreciate you bringing these things to my attention. I'll definitely reach out to liaisons and ensure that they get updated ASAP.
I think this is also a great way to increase volunteerism and community participation because everyone can see these great things they might not have known. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you,
Also
Mayor.
going to create a race by our community organizations to start locking down dates, right? So maybe things will actually
Oh.
get scheduled farther in advance.
Conflicting wine event, yeah.
And I think some of our organizations are eager. The Chamber of Commerce is currently working with me to get that Wisteria Festival up. The next feature I'd like to highlight is going to be the service request form, which is being implemented by our Public Works Department. So I think this is a really amazing thing to have on our site because several other cities have something similar to this where people can report things such as fallen tree branches, water leaks, sidewalk curb issues, trash debris cleanup. So sometimes an individual might notice something in the park and they don't want to call into the city, they just want to report it. So this gives them that ability. They go ahead and they put the service description here. They add the location. And then they can also attach photos for reference. And then they submit it and our Public Works Department will be able to take care of it. So I did hear some positive reviews that they've already received some requests and been able to carry out support with this. And of course.
So is there some kind of notification if somebody's trying to use this that when there'll be people who can actually see the requests? If it's like after hours, for instance?
So it is set up to go to specific people in Public Works.
Okay.
So they have routed it to specific people, but I can mention maybe adding an after hours. I know they're working on.
I'm not saying we should have people here after. I'm just saying maybe the public should know that.
Oh, put the hours in
Yeah.
the.
Like almost like an automatic response, like "Thank you, we will respond at the next business hour" or
8 a.m.
something.
the next morning or something like
Or
that.
emergencies call.
Because we might be giving them the impression that they are going to get service right away if it's after hours.
Yeah, because I don't want to do discussion, but question. So if we have let's say a water leak that's significant and we want to make sure that the duty man or whoever that's on call will know about it, would we be able to do it here? Because I think traditionally we've been dialing 1414 for those issues.
No, we would not. It specifies here that a water leak has to be, that's reportable here, is minor, non-emergency.
Great. You're ahead of me.
And I appreciate the suggestion about the hours, and I'll relay that to the department as well. But it is something we're quite excited to feature on the new site.
And it looks like instead of typing in the address of where you're at, if you click my location, it will just populate the location where let's say you're at Sierra Vista Park.
Yes.
Rather than trying to figure out where you're at, you can just hit that and it'll tag your location that way.
Yes, it will.
Very nice.
Unless you've opted out of cookies. That's true. I mean, it won't know your location if you've opted out.
Do we have any additional questions on the service request form?
Would Sierra shortcut this?
So Sierra, if you ask her a specific question about something that's reportable, she will link you. She'll say, she'll link you and it'll just say service request, and then you click and then you'll be in the request form.
Cool.
So you can't say, Sierra, please submit a service request for me.
She
It takes you to the
wouldn't.
form.
No, she wouldn't report it for you. But if you're like pothole or fallen branch or something like that, you just type it in and she'll bring up service request.
Great, thank you.
This is powerful.
And then we are quite excited to showcase our new agenda management system. So this is going to be our one-stop shop for agendas. And currently there is a window here, which we did not have on our previous website. So it's quite exciting, where you can search agendas and you can filter here. You can filter by the type of meeting as well as a date range. And I do want to show an example of what I mean by one-stop shop. When you click tonight's agenda, you can, and you basically have a window that'll show you the entire agenda. And then if a resident has a particular interest of something that is on the agenda, they can go ahead and click that item. And then the staff report is there as well. There are also options to both print and download.
Fantastic.
But you don't have to filter, right? So if you're on that search bar at the beginning and you just want to find the meeting where, example, I don't know, we talked about the reimbursement for the Measure M, you could just type in Measure M or something like that, and it would bring all of the agenda items that had Measure M as in there. Is it in the title of the agenda item or in the staff report or both?
I believe it would find any city council meeting or any meeting that has mention of that word. Currently, we have the more recent agendas in here. So for historical data, we'll probably complete that migration of information within the month.
Wow.
Like probably, well,
How
not
far
within,
back?
like about 4 weeks, it'll be complete.
For how far back?
2022.
And what about prior to that? Do we have record of those resolutions?
My apologies, Mayor, can you repeat what you just
So
said?
prior to 2022, you said? What was the year that we have?
Oh, it's 2022.
Okay, so prior to that, where do we have that data stored?
I'll allow Christian to answer that, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. The agenda link system, currently we have set up to import agendas for all of our commissions and boards up to 2022. Anything prior to 22, we can also upload to the website. It would just probably be a little bit below this page under, we would mimic something like that for anything before 2022.
Because our past website did have those items, just we couldn't search them.
Correct, and that is the intention, that we're gonna import everything to make it searchable up until 2022. That
Why
doesn't
not
mean we're not
prior?
gonna post. We can do that as well, it's just for the current, the first batch of import.
But
That
at
the-
some point, you're saying we can, okay,
Yes,
good.
yes.
So does that mean eventually we'll go back to 2015 since that's what's on the site here?
That's correct.
And that's when we had digital, starting in 2015?
That, I believe, is a question maybe Laura can help me out with.
Councilmember Parkhurst, the city clerk's office began digitizing the agenda packets in 2012, in the middle of 2012.
Okay.
And if I can add, the council should expect a budget request for fiscal '27 for a records retention document management system for the city clerk's office so that we can begin digitizing all of the staff reports, ordinances, resolutions, contracts, et cetera, that we do get a lot of public records requests for, that we don't currently have a public-facing portal where residents can have access to that information themselves. So the intent with that budget item would be to create that system to not only supplement this, but to also provide some relief to the city clerk's office and city staff for all the public records requests that we currently have to manually respond to.
So that's my question. So if something is prior to the years that we started digitizing, where are those resolutions and how do we have any tracking of them?
Mayor, the ordinances and resolutions are kept in the city clerk's office going back over 100 years.
Just
So
in books?
They're in books. And many of them are scanned onto discs and saved on the city's internal
Hard drive.
hard drive. But there are records of all the ordinances, resolutions, and minutes going back to, I believe, 1907.
That would be amazing if we had everything digitized at some point with access, because that's one of our huge issues, is that things come up and like if someone's Googling, when did we take ownership of the Yucca Trail thing? You know, when did that happen? And I was giggling because I was imagining we have discs and then we don't have the hardware to download or use those discs. But so would that be in our future?
I mean, that would be part of that budget request item for fiscal '27. First, we have to have the infrastructure in place, the software and the data management system, and then we'll start, undertaking the task of digitizing all those records.
And to that end, the city clerk's office is working on preparing an RFP to identify a vendor that'll provide the services that we need. So the city clerk's office is already working on that.
Great, thank you so much. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Any further questions on the?
I have a couple. If you go to crime maps, we've got an interactive crime map, but there's no data. I don't know if there should be data. I guess it's only in the last page. There's my problem. It's only in the last. No crime. Well, there's been no crime in the previous week, so that's what it is. Okay, so there's no crime in our city, right? Okay.
Amazing. Community police.
Exactly. It still seems it's not clear on the crime map whether or not that comes up. Like if you click on the interactive crime map, I don't know how that works. So that might be something that I need to play with, but it's an interesting option.
I believe they type in their address here and then search.
And this tool is not a city managed or maintained asset. Crimemapping.com is its own independent third-party system that acquires, police information, and they put it on there. We've just linked to it as a tool for residents.
So, yeah, but I wonder if we should link to it, because you go in and there's no data. Like I just went in and searched for 9/11/2025 to 3/9/2026, and I searched for it, and it says, "Oops, data has occurred." So I guess if we're going to put information out there, even if it's a third party, it'd probably be good to check if it works. Otherwise, there's no point in connecting it. For your address? I just put the city. I put a zip code. So I put in 91024 in there, and then I searched for a little more than a year, and nothing came up. I got an error. So I'm just a comment on that. In the alerts section, it's great. I love that we have the Genesis, Nixle, and all of those. I don't know if it's possible, but with some programs and some applications, you can, especially if you've got it on your phone. I tried on the computer and on the phone. You can say, click here to install, and it takes you to either the Apple Store or the Google Store. That might be really nice to have here. So when people go do it, they don't have to do another step to go get that.
Absolutely. We can definitely add a button here for them to upload those, to guide them to upload that.
And then the last thing, since we're spending a lot of really valuable time looking at processes, I noticed that if we go to leadership and transparency, that it looks like we've done a really good job on having the members of the boards and commissions, but the city council is kind of spotty. So on some of them it's right, on some of them it's wrong. And so I don't know what the process is to check and update that, but there's an opportunity for us to once a year when we go and change all of those, that might be really, really good. And we don't have the third-party organizations out there, like the COG, like SCAG, like some of these other organizations. They're valuable partners of ours. It might be good to include them. Is it in memberships? Okay. And then the final thing along with process is it's probably good to tickle the council members to update their bios. I'm very guilty because mine's completely outdated. I will note that other members of the council have been much better than I have in updating theirs. But it might be good to just, after election or something as a reminder, hey, maybe you want to update your bio, because mine's outdated. Thank you. It looks great. These are quibbles.
Thank you, Councilmember Parkhurst. I will definitely work with coordinating this with the departments, and regarding the adding of the different community organizations that is managed within our community services department. I have given my card, and whenever I encourage you all, if you guys bump into anybody in a community organization that's not on our site, they can definitely email and give us that information, and I will ensure it gets updated.
So I think there's multiple layers on this. There's community organizations like we have in the city, like the 4th of July committee, or I guess now it's the events committee. But there's also the governmental organizations that we're partnered with that would not be through community services. So that's a separate thing, right?
Okay.
The COG, the CPA, those ones, I think it's a valuable, there's services for our residents, and I think a link to them would be really good. Active SVG is SGV, great organization. We should make sure that our residents can get to that information to be able to get to those services.
Okay, I'll locate them and I'll find an adequate area to place them. Do we have any more questions before I move on to the next category?
Oh, there's more. Okay. I'll wait because maybe you'll answer my question. Yeah.
So lastly, we were actually going to demo Sierra.
Can I have I have a request for that?
Absolutely.
Because that was my question. So if I know you were at the last meeting. Sierra was phenomenal when I was using it real time during the meeting. And I went to the Senior Community Services Commission, and they were having a hiccup on finding something, and I was sitting in my chair and oh, I'm going to show them Sierra. And Sierra couldn't answer the question, but it was my understanding because the thing wasn't up yet. But now the thing is up, and I tried to use Sierra, and I couldn't get, I tried all kinds of different prompting, and I couldn't get to the senior survey. So maybe it's my prompting that's bad, but maybe Sierra hasn't learned about it yet. But if you could look that up, that'd be great.
We can try it. And then I do want to mention that she scrapes data once a week. So when things are updated, she'll scrape and then she'll update. But if anything is ever not updated and I need to go in the back end, I can work to adjust the update sooner.
So if the survey was just added today, maybe she hasn't scraped and she doesn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's senior survey, correct?
Yeah, I was getting an old one, but not the current one. But
Senior survey. So she's located the senior needs survey.
that's the old one, yeah.
What is this current survey called?
Well, you showed it, yeah. You showed us when you.
It's called Senior Community Survey. Okay, so she's still collecting the old information, but this is something I can absolutely get updated for her.
Just on that note, as we were playing with it tonight, I said, when is the next electronic waste collection date? And she told me about one on February 14th. And so I said, oh, but February 14th has already passed. And she said, oh, you're right. I'm sorry about that. But I don't see the next one. So, she was learning real time. She didn't give me the next one, but she understood when I, responded to the information that she gave. So, it was interesting interaction.
One quick note I want to make with Sierra is that for anybody who's using it, whether it's our residents or staff or council, if you note in the chat that the answer was not correct or that it needs improvement, we will flag it much easier that way. So it basically streamlines our processes to get the right answer sooner. And it's not a specific phrase, it's not a specific word or keyword. Just say, this answer needs to be updated. This is not the correct answer. the information is out of date. If you say those kind of things to Sierra, it makes it much easier for us to keep that up to date.
Can I ask a follow-up kind of related to that? We've got the thumb up, thumb down. How does that help?
It works very similarly. Obviously, one other thing I should say, that this is true of any AI, the more training data you have and the more you run the algorithm, the better it's going to get. So if we're getting more thumbs up on an answer, certainly Sierra will prioritize that answer above others. And we're constantly monitoring that on the back end to try to make improvements that would be a result of a lot of data. In the future, we're trying to simulate that by providing the human touch and upvoting or improving the answers that she's giving. So over time, the data is going to be what wins. But for now, we're trying to supplement that by using our neural net in our brains to really enhance those answers and bring them to the forefront. Hope that helps.
And just a comment, amazing. And I'm really excited about Sierra. When I use a mobile device, Sierra is very obvious in the bottom right-hand corner, how can I help you? But when I use a desktop or a laptop, Sierra's not as obvious. It's just in the bottom right-hand corner. There's nothing that, I know a lot of chatbots will like have a delay pop up. You know, you'll be on the site for like 10 seconds and all of a sudden a chatbot will show up, and that makes it, oh, there's something I could use. I don't know if there's something we could do on the desktop version that makes it a little more obvious, because I think some of the commissioners didn't think it was obvious on the desktop. On your phone, it's super obvious, but the desktop, maybe not as much. Just a observation.
We appreciate that feedback, and we'll go ahead and we'll work with the vendor on something for that. We had previously adjusted her size, but she was too big on the phone and taking up the whole screen. So she's been adjusted recently, but we'll definitely send that feedback to our vendor, and hopefully we can adjust and make her more obvious on the desktop.
Yeah, because with the phone, like when you scroll, it stays there, and it's just super obvious on a mobile device, which is great, because I think, like you said, most people are going to be probably transitioning to mobile rather than desktop. But I'm really excited about this.
Thank you.
That's the same thing I had today in the last few days, as I'm navigating through it, and the pull-down menu stays there for so long, and it's so big, I can't get rid of it. I'm trying to go underneath it.
Thank you.
I guess to that point, when you click on the pull-down menu, like I'll counter what the mayor says is, respectfully, is that it actually stays down, and on some websites you go and you push it and it goes down, and you try to move your mouse there and it pops back up. So I actually like that, and then if you click below it, it'll pop up. But that's one thing I actually like, because sometimes I'm trying to actually get to the line I want, and I'm fighting with the interface. So from my perspective, I actually like the way it's set up.
Thank you. I'm jotting the feedback down, and I'll go ahead and I'll troubleshoot that. I really appreciate your time today, and I just want to say we're super excited to have launched this website. I hope our residents are tuning in, and I encourage everyone to utilize these new features. We welcome feedback at city@sierramadreca.gov. Again, that email is city@sierramadreca.gov. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Councilor, for listening to this presentation. If you have any final questions.
Madam Mayor?
Can we comment now, or are we just doing
If I may. This is my third website update in my career. These projects take a significant amount of staff time, resources, energy. It's an iterative process. It's a frustrating process. There's a lot of information that needs to be pulled off of an old site, updated, distilled, reformatted, links updated, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to give a shout out to the IT team for leading this effort, and to all the department heads and department liaisons that were involved in this, because it really is a monumental lift from staff to be able to pull off something like this.
Are we going to comment now?
Yeah, it's discussion.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it's presentation.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, you guys are excited about this? I am too. Because I've been working here for a little while, and I can tell you this, I've seen changes and some really good changes over the years. I think this is a game changer. I really do. It has a lot of potential. We're always trying to get community involvement. We're always trying to get more interest, more educated citizens, all the rest of it. And I see so much potential here. I'm really excited. Good job.
I haven't been around as long as you have, Mayor Pro Tem, but no, I just want to echo what you said. Since Taco has been around, really, the engagement with the community, the modes and methods has increased exponentially. So I know it's IT and communications together. Kudos to you guys for really your council updates, all of that. It's been phenomenal, and I think it's only benefits and enhances our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just make one final comment, that the agenda management system, wow. I mean, that's just, yeah, and the fact that you guys, were doing the website update and added 2 more things on it, again, just huge kudos. It's very, very exciting. Bringing us into the 21st, well, yeah, more than the 21st century. Thank you.
I've actually seen other cities doing their updated websites and even, our school districts and such, and this is the most seamless, amazing. And even our little tweaks is nothing compared to what I've seen, so congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to our consent calendar. Is everyone good? I just took a break myself. Is everyone good to push through? I think we should be pretty fast at our next items. All right. Madam Clerk, can we please read the consent calendar by item only?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before the City Council this evening, there are 3 items for consideration. The first is item A, that's the regular meeting minutes of the February 24, 2026 City Council meeting. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve the minutes for transparency and for the record. The City Clerk's office notes that Councilmember Parkhurst recommended non-substantive edits to the meeting minutes, which have been interjected into the minutes, into the draft minutes. Resolution B, or item number B is Resolution 26-22, approving certain demands for payment. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt Resolution 26-22. And then lastly, Resolution number 26-23, amending the fiscal year 25-26 budget, authorizing a supplemental appropriation from the Public Education and Government Fund Reserve, also known as PEG, in the amount of $15,205. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt Resolution 26-23. Madam Mayor, that concludes my report. Staff's available for any questions.
All right. Do we have any questions on item A? B? Item C? All right. Can I get, is there any public comment for items on the consent calendar? None? All right, is there any discussion on item A, B, or C?
I move we approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, discussion items. All for
Long
you.
last.
Third time's the charm.
We apologize for the delay. We are so happy to see you tonight and give you this opportunity. Thank you so much, Claire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is on. This is on. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The next presentation, you'll receive an overview of the potential economic development programs for City of Sierra Madre's downtown. I'll touch base on our unique constraints as a built-out community and outline a set of tools focused on activation, partnership, and regulatory streamlining rather than a large redevelopment project or a general fund subsidies. So at the
Last October City Council's meeting, Mayor Lowe and the City Council asked staff to explore the potential economic development strategies for Sierra Madre downtown. In response, we look at how several other neighboring jurisdictions have leveraged redevelopment agency in the past, or they have city-controlled parcels and business improvement districts to shape their downtown. From the 1990s, Monrovia Old Town has successfully utilized the redevelopment agency and later business improvement district to curate their downtown business mix with a strong emphasis on retails and restaurants. Old Pasadena Management District operates a property-based business improvement district that generates roughly $3.1 million annually to fund their maintenance, marketing, and safety services such as security. Downtown Arcadia rely on a business improvement district assessment and partnership to support a smaller scale beautification and business marketing programs. With the state's dissolution of the redevelopment agency, city no longer have the access to that tool. So Sierra Madre must rely on partnership, zoning tools, and creative funding mechanism to foster a sustainable economic vitality. So as you know, Sierra Madre is a fully built out community with very few vacant land to utilize and a very few underutilized parcels in the downtown area. Our downtown is characterized by small parcel historical buildings which contributes to our small town characters, but also limit the traditional redevelopment and large infill projects. We also faces potential constraints like limited parking, shallow depth of smaller lots, and to make a site assembly very difficult. Market analysis that we had in the past showed that substantial retail leakage in grocery and restaurant sales, with residents often shopping and dining in the nearby neighborhood cities that offers broader amenities in commercial. With those challenges, our tools are also constrained on financial part and also regulatory sides. With the state dissolution of redevelopment agency, removed major funding source for economic development, and our general fund capacity is also limited. Measure V, the voters adopted zoning provisions restrict building height and density in downtown, which reinforces a focus on a smaller scale reinvestment and adaptive reuse, rather than a vertical or large scale redevelopment. In addition, there are also CEQA requirements and historical preservations requirement that can extend the timeline and add costs to beautification and facade challenges near, facade improvement challenges near historical resources. Lastly, economic development responsibilities are also spread across staff, with no single position dedicated to the business attraction, retention, and downtown management. So in this context, staff is proposing a toolbox approach. First, we can look at land use tools such as conditional use permits, spacing requirement, and reasonable numerical cap that can address the overconcentration of certain uses, while protecting the community characters and public welfare. Second, we can look at downtown design and use overlay, which could protect the historical scale and architecture, prioritizing active ground level uses like restaurants and specialty retail, and simplify the permitting for the desired uses. For example, by easing the parking requirement for those small restaurants, allow outdoor dining by right, or create a modernizing signage standards. We can also look at exploring a services agreement with the Sierra Madre Chamber of Commerce, positioning the chambers as the primary delivery partner for downtown economic development. Under this model, Chamber would be the lead business outreach initiatives, marketing, and act like a concierge for the prospective existing business. We can also use the tool that is forming a downtown business improvement district. A business improvement district is a property owner-funded mechanism that allows downtown stakeholders to collectively pay for enhancement services, such as beautification, marketing, events, and any augmented maintenance without relying on the city general fund or enterprise fund. It differs from the existing downtown maintenance assessment district, which is limited to maintenance and infrastructure improvement, and it's administered directly by the city. So we can also complement that with city's facade improvement program that can offer matching grants funded through CDBG or sponsorship or any other partnership. And that could support the visibility and our visible upgrades to the storefront and the streetscape. So in summary, staff is recommending the approach focus on the activation of existing space, strong sponsorship and partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and downtown stakeholders, and regulatory streamlining that supports desired uses while preserving downtown character. In the near-term priority, it could be exploring the feasibility of a small-scale business improvement district, or even a facade improvement program with a clear funding and administration model. We also can also continue explore external grants for these programs. So tonight we are here asking City Council to provide directions with program elements to prioritize and how the City Council would like staff to face and resource this effort moving forward. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Who wants to start with their questions? I kind of wonder if we should look at it more according to the outline, or in each section if you have questions, or if it's an overall question.
Well, my question actually starts at the top, so I can follow that. So I'm curious in the land use control, the cap and spacing options. Do we have a inventory of the types of businesses within the city right now?
Thank you for the question. We do.
We do, okay, great. Is there, so this is a little bit of a tangent, but we're here and I think it's important kind of for an economic development. We've had some challenges with massage establishments in the past. I've actually heard some feedback recently. Can we revoke permits to be able, I know that we've had challenges with the massage establishments that one will go out of business and they just rename it and continue on. Can we revoke permits so that they can't do business there?
I believe in the last round of edits to the massage parlor ordinance, we included a section that said something like, if the location was determined to be in violation of our municipal code, then they can't operate another massage parlor at that same location.
And like, so if, how do you get in, well, maybe I'll take it offline. I'm trying to understand like how you would get in violation of that. So since we're doing economic development, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but there's, I've heard complaints on it and it's an ongoing problem, so.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it had to do with part of their licensing with the state, health.
Correct, with
and
the
and county.
CMATC, the California Massage something.
They wouldn't
Yeah,
license
commission.
them in the same location. They wouldn't give them a license to.
When we're looking at these, the cap and spacing options, is there any thought or strategic plan of like what would be good where, or do we have targets or preferences or incentives? Like, how would we go about doing that? Like, I don't think we have it now, and could we do it, and how would we do it?
Thank you for the question. So it's a policy decision. So we'll take direction from council. Back in 2018, we actually presented to council regarding placing a distance requirement between certain type of business to preserve the diversity and not over concentration of certain business. So in that, we'll take direction from council.
I think fundamentally what you're getting at is we can provide you with an inventory of the types of businesses and where they're located in town. We can provide that information to you spatially, so that you can see the concentrations of particular types of uses. And then based off of that, council can make a determination that says X number of this particular type of use and then separated within a certain distance. Like you wouldn't want antique store next to antique store next to antique store. You might want to have a distance I mean, maybe you might.
I think I would.
But just as a for instance, you could make a determination that say we only want 7 antique stores in town, and they need to be 1,000 feet from each other.
But I mean, there are also people that can like strategically look at to the kind of the laughter and the conversation here. Like maybe you do want 3 antique stores beside each other because then you're going from one to the other, right? Some of that, I don't see that as much as a policy decision. I'm getting into the discussion, but I'll get to a question. I don't see that as much as a policy decision as like a business decision. Like, do we think the chamber can help us with that? I mean, I know we talked with Cosmont and they had some high level, but it didn't get. Can we get more details or some way we can get kind of a something that could be more effective at when when a business turns over? There is actually a really thoughtful plan, and not us up here, because you don't want me choosing what goes into what space, because it's not going to be representative of what other people may think, and I don't have that type of expertise.
Can I ask that in a kind of similar but specific format?
Sure.
We lack the capacity for economic development department. Other cities have an economic development department. This is what the lacked in the Cosmont, I believe, is what you were kind of showing. Do we have the ability to move forward with economic development decisions like that based on what our inventory is? Does our staff have that ability to look more closely at what would be successful in certain spots and what wouldn't, and that type of planning?
We're not resourced in that way.
Would we have to do a survey more specific than Cosmont's, or what's Cosmont's lacked?
I think to answer both questions, we would probably want to retain the services of a broker to help facilitate and assist and market those retail locations that are available in Sierra Madre to those specific industry groups that we would want to target.
Got it.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
On that same path, so you did highlight some leakage in one of the early slides. And I think restaurants was like 14 million, but I think if you put in all restaurants, it's like more like 28 million. But if you look at the Cosmont report, every single retail sector is leaking. So my question to you is, does it make sense to have cap and space when we're leaking every single sector, every single sector or industry within that sector? Does it even make sense to have cap and space because we have excess demand for every space? So is it more a question? So there's two parts. In thinking of that, is it more a question of economic development or a question of what services are best suited for our residents? If that makes sense.
And I think that's a policy decision of the council, right? Are you trying to attract businesses that provide services that residents demand, or are you trying to grow the tax base? Or both?
I mean, this is discussion, I guess. But
I was
my
yeah.
question is, should we not be starting with the broader question than the specific question? That would be my question.
I guess I have a piggyback question added to that. So you noted that we have leakage in grocery stores and in restaurants. Are we doing our due diligence and working with the existing grocery store that we already have in our city, as well as our restaurants, to facilitate why there's a leakage in that and why we're not capitalizing on what we do have? Instead of seeing it as a leakage, like why is it a leakage? Why is it that we should have 2 grocery stores in our town, which I highly doubt? What's that leakage?
Yeah, so that would be our next step. If this is what City Council would like us to find out, like how to retain business, develop business, and that would be the direction that we receive from council, and then we can go ahead and conduct studies on those specific direction, whether it's a service that the city need, or is it retail that the city needs, or it's a restaurant, and how do we work with existing business, and how do we retain, and attract business outside of Sierra Madre.
And these are all fundamental policy questions for the council, right? Are we, what is the goal of economic development? Are we trying to diversify the types of services and uses that are offered in the city? Are we trying to spruce up the downtown and make it more aesthetically pleasing? Are we trying to target specific industries and lure them to Sierra Madre? Are we trying to support existing business through business development and growth and providing sort of ombudsman or concierge, style services? Like, what does the universe look like? There's a lot of tools in the toolbox. We don't have the resources to do all of them. So, staff is seeking guidance from the council in terms of, if we have limited resources, what's the biggest value to the council, to the community, for us to go back and try to implement?
I think that was my only question, because I'm looking forward to discussion.
One of my questions involves that also then is we don't have the capacity. You've noted these other cities that have these boards and commissions. How did those boards, and let's say Monrovia as an example, how did those boards and those commissions work with their chambers, or did they?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mayor. So I did research on those specific business development, business improvement districts, and they do work closely with the city's economic development department.
And chamber.
And chamber, yes.
And some chambers are professionally staffed
Yes,
as
yes,
well.
yes. Monrovia is not anymore, I don't think, right? No, they're not.
So basic questions here. So if we're thinking about tax revenue as a leading reason to redevelop or bolster the downtown, what, in terms of bang for your buck for square foot, what is the best type of business that we could plausibly attract? Would a restaurant be in that category?
Based on the Cosmont report, retail in restaurants a grocery.
But restaurants more so, I think, than retail, right? Or is it
Like
vice versa?
grocery was number one, I think.
Yeah.
Well, grocery was the largest source of leakage, meaning when people are going to buy groceries, they're going outside of Sierra Madre to,
Got it.
they're going to Albertsons, Trader Joe's, et cetera. That's not a sales tax generator
Got it. So
because of the
restaurants.
exemptions, unless you're buying like pre-made food, rotisserie chickens, alcohol.
Right.
Oh.
You know, then you pay tax on that. But just to buy a, box of cereal, you're not paying.
What is our current, like, what business in town right now generates the most sales tax? Do we know? I mean, just,
We have a top 10 in our, or maybe a top 20 in our consolidated
Right.
financial report.
it doesn't have to be by
So it's going to be
business, but maybe by
Arnold's
category.
in the bottle shop and,
Okay, that's what I figured.
yeah, the liquor stores and and Arnold's are our biggest ones.
So I'll follow up my own question. So if we were to say that Sierra Madre has the potential to be a destination restaurant location, and we were doing that primarily as a revenue enhancement, is that a plausible thing that we could accomplish? And what would we have to do to get there? I'm stealing the idea
Yeah.
from the two city managers ago, Gabe England. This was his vision for Sierra Madre.
Yeah.
He never had a chance to implement it.
And I agree with the vision. I think it's appropriate, to turn Sierra Madre or want to consider turning Sierra Madre into a restaurant destination in the San Gabriel Valley. We would probably want to work with a broker or work with the chamber in acquiring broker services so that when uses turn over, they can engage with those property owners to identify industry-specific groups that are interested in coming in and locating and starting a business or opening a restaurant in Sierra Madre. I mean, it sounds simple. It's a little bit more complicated than that because there are significant investments in creating a restaurant, but that's generally how that process works.
And sorry, go ahead.
So one last follow-up. How well, what potential does East Montecito have in meeting a vision like that? Could that be kind of an area that we could expand into? And would it be easier to develop there? I know Measure V controls that, but
right.
Ooh, can I ask a follow-up
my
question?
perception is that it's not
About
as established.
I think that's also part of the downtown district,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
A portion
Yes,
of
it
it.
is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it all depends, the stars kind of have to align, right? You have to have the appropriate space that's compatible for the type of use that you're bringing in. And then we, are working with professionals that help identify, industry-specific, entrepreneurs that are looking to start a business and would want to invest in Sierra Madre.
And I assume part of that broker work with property owners as their leases come up or the space becomes vacant, there's also a financial incentive of some sort to suggest to them that they adhere to our vision? I mean, it's not just or do we tell them that this is what the use is designated or something like that?
It can be. I mean, we can subsidize certain fees. We can offer grants. There are resources and tools available to the city. It's just where does that funding come from?
Of course,
right?
yes.
So following up on our Measure V, which was, over 10 years ago that we passed, have we analyzed the current density laws that have come down from the state, and do they conflict with Measure V? In other words, if we decided to move forward with certain things and we have to adhere to Measure V, are there certain things that are changed now with density laws that conflict with Measure V?
Not with respect to commercial development, but as it relates to residential development and specifically affordable residential development, deed restricted affordable, yes, certain state laws would override Measure V's some of Measure V's limitations, including height.
What about mixed use with affordable?
Mixed use with affordable would also override Measure V's limitations.
Thank you. And then one of the questions I had was regarding the two different types of districts. So if the business improvement district can only do the business improvement district is what we were looking at possibly implementing, that's a voluntary program. So if people don't put into that, how does that exclude them, or does it still include them? How does that work?
So the business improvement district is for the stakeholders that within that district. So it has to be a property owner initiative. They have to create and form this district themselves.
But it says they can opt out, or that's voluntary.
And they assess themselves as well.
So let's say one business right there opts out or doesn't participate. How does that work?
So I represent a number of these business improvement districts. I'll give you an example in City of Burbank. City of Burbank has two types of business improvement districts. One is for tourism purposes that's composed of all hotels in the city. So the city identifies a jurisdiction, usually the entire city boundary. But they also have another business improvement district that's just property-based, and it's the businesses along San Fernando. That's their downtown business improvement partnership. For the hotels, citywide, there is no opt-out. Once it's created, the district isn't what you think it is. The district is a funding vehicle that exists to collect assessment revenue. The city collects that assessment revenue and then contracts with a nonprofit to manage those funds. That nonprofit consists of the people being assessed. So in the downtown context, it's all those businesses in downtown San Fernando. In the tourism context, it's all the hotels in City of Burbank. All their general managers come together, sit on the board of the nonprofit, and manage the funds that have been collected from those hotels for tourism purposes or whatever the case may be. And you asked about the relationship between the city and this nonprofit. Like I said, the city contracts with the nonprofit to manage those district funds. But that nonprofit also needs staff. And 9 times out of 10, the city provides staff to the nonprofit for a fee, basically rents out their employees, and the nonprofit pays them back with the assessment revenue. So city staff, like in the city of Burbank, their community development department staff also work on a contract basis for the nonprofit. The assessment provides them with 90% of their revenue.
The money they're spending on staff.
Well, all of it. All of it comes from the assessment revenue.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not their whole economic development department, just the parts that are
Yeah, the
being
ones
used
that
for
are-
that section.
Yeah, it almost pays for the entire staff person.
But if a small town like us, would we even be able to conceive of being able to fund?
You have to do an engineer's report
Yeah,
to
that's
figure out
what
what's
I'm
possible. Yeah.
And then how long would that take, and how much approximately would that even be? Did you look into how much businesses are usually assessed?
No, I didn't. Yeah, but we can look into that.
Because I know, like, I'm guessing that would be substantial if we have two, right? So, okay. And they would work together. We wouldn't eliminate one and then just keep the improvement, right? We would keep them both.
Oh, you could. You could certainly, well, I mean, go ahead. I think you can definitely eliminate one if you establish a business improvement district, that business improvement district can do everything the existing district is doing and more. And it'll be managed by the businesses in downtown.
Or they complement each other, where you just use the bid for economic development purposes, and the assessment is for the maintenance. So you would have two.
But then are your businesses being charged twice, charged 2 separate amounts?
Well, but if you're trying to do both, you're either going to pay one high rate or 2 smaller rates, because you're still trying to accomplish both tasks.
If we don't have the district we have now, then that cost for, say, how we just redid the downtown sidewalks and street, that would become part of the general fund to pay?
Correct.
And it's really about who has control. Because if it's the current district, the city has control. But if you want to cede that control to the downtown businesses that are being assessed, then you would go the business improvement district route.
But are the funds that are in the current district now, are they allowed to be rolled over into the improvement
No.
fund? What happens with those funds?
You have to
that we have
exhaust them.
now?
You have to exhaust them.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? All right, can we open this up to public comment?
At 9:40.
I know someone who was actually supposed to come here for public comment, yeah, the chamber. Yeah,
No
Okay,
speaker
thanks.
cards, Madam Mayor.
thank you. All right, let's open this back up for discussion. I'm sure there's still going to be questions and discussion.
I can start by sort of giving quasi-public comment because this was on the agenda a couple meetings ago, as we know, and so the chamber board meeting that I went to, the staff report had just come out, and they were very worked up about this. So I can just say that the board was concerned about both possibilities. One, they seem to have zero interest in becoming an employer and having staff, having the chamber manage staff to do some measure of economic development function. They see that as a city function. So they were not excited about that. And they were really not excited about the business improvement district feeling like that, their take on it, which I think was not correct based on this presentation and a closer reading of the staff report. But their initial reaction was that the city was going to tax the businesses to provide, whatever services. Obviously, that's not exactly what we're talking about here. But the reaction to that was businesses are struggling. The likelihood that the small businesses in this town are going to pay additional funds for development seemed unattractive to them. Now, obviously, there's a difference between the property owners and the businesses, and we can get into that, but that was their reaction as business owners. So anyway, just to give that as the feedback that I got, at least in the initial reaction to the staff report.
I had the same feedback, but when I did describe exactly how it works, that it is different in the sense that it's not the businesses, it's the assessed property owner. There was a different discussion that came about of it, but it was also the concept that we were talking about the chambers now kind of reorganizing and coming up versus business owners. I guess because prior our chamber didn't have a lot of our business owners as part of their establishment, and so would this encourage more businesses to join the chamber because it'd be more of an entity that has control over these things, or would it not? And I think that's another discussion like we had before with the chamber. Like how do we see them, and how are they going to be utilized? And I think they're still in that stage where we can't answer that. Are they going to be a strong entity that does have not control, but the ability to do some of this work, or are they not?
My take on that is no, I don't think they're going to be involved in it much at all, because of the nature of the businesses that are represented in the chamber. They're all small businesses, they're all small operations, and they don't have the time and money to do that. There are a couple of exceptions. I'd say that this has to be our decision to go forward on some kind of a development plan. And it seems to me like we're going to have to find revenue to pay for some of the expenses. And then, so we have to decide if it's worth it or not. And I feel like nothing ventured, nothing gained. I feel like if we could get some serious restaurants to come to Sierra Madre, other things would follow. And I think it'd be good for business, for all the businesses, ultimately, except a few might lose in competition. But I think some will have to just up their game to compete. But I think you're talking about additional revenue down the line, which we need. And I think that kind of an experience is something our residents would kind of like too. I don't think they're going to say, oh gosh, we have a really nice restaurant coming to town, boo-hoo. They're going to like that as well. So the question is, what would it take to get there, and can we afford it or not? And with all the other competing, things we're trying to accomplish in the city government, do we have the time, the staff, and the energy to take that on? It's very exciting to me. I'm very much interested in it, but we've got so many other irons in the fire right now.
Can we take a step back, actually? I mean, I think this discussion has to start with what's our purpose? Like the purpose, I mean, as we've said, business development can be so many different things. And, is it, I think the city manager did a good job of sort of laying out, like, is it generating tax revenue? Is it increasing or improving the experience for our residents? Is it supporting local businesses? Is it a little bit of all the above? And I think we need to start there, because I think whatever direction we go in is going, we can't go in all directions. And so I think we need to have a big picture approach that then we can then winnow down, and maybe we get to the restaurant destination, vision, or maybe we don't, depending on kind of what the goal is. I mean, I can just say that my goal is not tax revenue generation. I don't think there's ever going to be enough tax dollars to make that the focus of our expending resources, either staff or money, because the nature of our town and the nature of the properties in our downtown area, we're never going to have. We don't want a big box. We don't want a car dealership. We're never going to generate the kind of tax revenue, sales tax revenue, that's going to move the needle on our financial situation. And I'd like to sort of dispel that to some degree, because I think there's still a faction of our community who thinks, oh, if we only could have more sales tax, then all of our fiscal problems would go away. And I just think the longer we entertain that, the more, more delusional, I don't want to be negative, but the more, ill-informed, the public is on that. So that's just my view. I think that this discussion should be more about, enhancing the experience of our residents with our amenities. And for me, primarily, supporting the local businesses that we have, because they are such an important part of our community, both as business owners themselves and what they put into the community, but also their establishments create the environment that I think, draws, that is our charm, right? Like, I don't need to turn our downtown into something that it's not, because to me, that's why people come, is because of our small business, small town feel. And I don't want to do something to support them that actually changes that, because that seems to sort of undermine the whole purpose. So I'll just stop there and see if other people have reactions.
I appreciate that perspective and agree with it. I agree that tax revenue is not something that I think we can get a whole lot out of, and I think we get more value out of the experience part of it. What I struggle with is how do we, to Councilmember Goss's point, is how do we attract, retain, and help those businesses up their game? For just for example, we've been talking about leakage. Part of the leakage is that, and this is a hard one to do. And I'm trying to think of the right way to do it. But sometimes some of our businesses don't have the hours, right? If you want to go and you want to get groceries on a Sunday, Taylor's isn't open, and that's a choice of their business. But that's a leakage that we have, and I don't know how we can have a constructive dialogue with businesses of how they could up their game in a way that then brings more people in and makes this more of a destination. And I don't want to pick on Taylor's. They're a wonderful place. I love them to death. But at some level, if we're going to try to create that, some of these businesses may need some consulting, some advice, some guidance, and to really help bring more people in. And I'm not sure how that is, and I don't know if that's our role. I really don't want to get into telling a business how to do their business, but I want to give them the. I'd love to be able to support them in a way so they can grow their business, and that's I'm not sure how we go about that.
I mean, that's how many chambers function, though.
Exactly.
I mean, and I'm not denigrating our chamber. I mean, our
No.
chamber serves an amazing purpose and has a historical purpose, primarily as large event planning, and that's obviously been of great value, and people love the events. But in most, maybe not cities our size, I don't know, but if you think of chambers of commerce, they are typically business-driven with professional staff, and what they're doing is providing that sort of consultancy of or citywide marketing efforts to draw people in, or things, and telling the businesses what they can be doing to help the collective effort. And so, yes, I don't have any expertise, and I will not be telling any business how to do it. And I don't know that, frankly, solving leakage is a goal of mine, because we're never going to have an Albertsons. Taylor's is going to have leakage no matter what, because they cannot put everything in their store that Ralph's does. And I think that's fine. Like, I don't shop at Ralph's for a reason, you know, so, but sometimes I have to because I need that one thing that they stock and other people don't. But I don't view this problem as solving leakage. We're never going to get to a point where people only shop in Sierra Madre. Like, that's just not the nature of our offering. Like, we're
Since
never
we
going to
lost
have
Albertsons, you mean?
well, that wasn't in Sierra Madre either.
No, but we still had a community area that's close enough where we could go to either grocery store. So I was gonna say that I'm a true believer in not reinventing the wheel. If we see successful cities or entities like us that we can help steal some of their plans and ideas, I think we should. So if we know that Monrovia has a successful program and we know the entities that took care of that economic development, if we know that Montrose has an amazing, and so does Monrovia, have two different groups that are great advisory boards and chambers, why not take field trips with our chamber to see what they do and start to see what good practices they have? Because the economic development team that took over Monrovia still lives in town. There's Dan Bell and Tito Hayes, who used to work for us.
So Mayor, are you interested in the revenue as a goal? Or
I'm doing both, not necessarily revenue, but I don't like losing.
enhancing the
So
experience of our residents?
both, but I don't, so I'm also the type that I like to collect as much funding as we possibly can and not use leakage. I'm not saying it's gonna be a main source of revenue, but I don't like losing out on that money. If we can enhance our businesses to do better, they'll be more successful, we'll be more successful, and we create a better place for people to come that has things in town. Because as it is now, lots of us sit here and go, oh, that's not open, that's not open. And the reason they're not open is because they don't have that much business to stay open those many days. That's the reason their hours aren't so great. If we can help them improve with how we're intentional
The way to
and
do that
intentional.
would be to attract people from outside the city, right?
I don't think so. Oh, you mean other visitors, or keep our own. You know how many times we probably all go to Monrovia, go to Pasadena, go to other places to go eat instead of staying here in town? Or go to, other entities, not just food restaurants.
But we do have to be careful. Like, I've also heard feedback from people that, like, yes, Monrovia has this great business district, but I don't want Friday fun night in Sierra Madre. Like, I don't.
Well, that's
want,
shutting down the streets.
Well,
if
I
you
mean,
care.
just like we have to be careful because there's a tipping point, right? Like, people want enough people to come in to support the businesses,
Yes.
but they don't want a takeover.
No.
And make a wild nightlife type situation. That's the feedback. Maybe some people might want that.
100%.
But you get that feedback. Like, I want to be Monrovia, but I don't want to be Monrovia.
Like
so
Montrose. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we live in a bubble here where a lot of us don't necessarily go very far. And so one thing I love that other cities do is they take council, 2 at a time with planning, not to break the Brown Act, and take their chamber with them. They take different entities with them, even business owners, and saying, what would you think about this? How does this work? When they put, Montrose put a Trader Joe's in a location like we have for our store. These things that we could develop instead of looking at who we can bring in, like how do we help our businesses and at the same time make it a great destination. We already looking at transportation out and offering benefits of how to get home. If you come here, we help you subsidize an Uber out of here, those kinds of things. Our Playhouse is trying really hard to help with that development. I think that's worth looking forward as being a destination, but not losing out on what we do already have.
I think we're in different positions though, because Monrovia's they have the funds and finances to do these things right off the bat with car dealerships and big box stores.
Okay, yeah, but so my point is, why don't we ask them, because I remember when they were doing it, and how they actually gave their businesses small loans and did matching loans, like we were just talking about.
They had the state, what's it called, the state, the redevelopment funds from the state, right? I mean, this was like 20, 30 years ago, right?
Partially, but what they did is they harbored relationships with the business owners or businesses and the landlords to do certain matching or benefit cuts, and saying if this works within 3 months, then it's either a gift or in some instances the loan gets paid back at a low interest. So it was a way to help foster strategically where they wanted restaurants, where they wanted the card shop, where they wanted the theater, what they wanted surrounding that 2 block, it's only 2 blocks that they did. The rest were already developed into what they are, and they didn't change. So it's only the 2 blocks there, and they specifically went to businesses and said, we'd like you to be here, like Makomi Sushi, like Oto, like those different stores, and they said, we don't want you in the same block. Let's talk to the landlord. What kind of deal do you guys want? This would be great for you. This would be great for you. And they fostered that collaboration. So some of it didn't even come from their own funding. It came from being strategic and talking and collaborating with people, with their chamber and the new Old Town Advisor. And it was around 2000. They just celebrated their 20th anniversary. So that block just celebrated 20 years. So that was in, 2006, when this all happened. I don't know, it's just the idea that I like mimicking what's successful.
They came, just anecdotally, right? I was working at the Crown City Brewery before '06, and they approached the Crown City Brewery.
Yeah.
They said, we have a property, but you need money to do that. We don't have the resources to do these types of programs. Montrose is La Crescenta Montrose. They're part of the county. They have all kinds of resources. I totally agree with you, but we have to take a reality check. What resources do we have to seed these types of programs?
Well, what are the matching programs you already listed below? How would that even work? Or, I'm sorry, there were matching programs below that you've listed.
Well, I mean, we had identified like CDBG as an opportunity to do like a facade improvement program. Other cities do that. We've currently allocated those resources to a senior home rehabilitation program, right? So we can't do both.
$70,000 a year.
It would be one or the other, and that's just sort of dependent on a priority. In terms of other dollars available to us, we're sort of limited to just general fund dollars.
Or even our property.
I'm sorry?
We were talking about our own property. We do have a building that is vacant pretty soon. Why wouldn't we look at our own property too and help foster that? That is an income right there.
I mean, that's an opportunity. One of the other items that'll be coming back to the city council is the downtown parking study, right? So if there is an interest in doing some sort of paid parking, that's another revenue source that could then be funneled back into the downtown for economic development programs.
I agree with what's being said here. Part of it, if we can get some revenue, that'd be great. But I think resident enhancement is the other part that I think we should be focused on. And going to the most recent ACFR, half of the top tax producers are restaurants. But there's also other opportunities, because I don't know which council member, or it was the mayor that mentioned Montecito. 2 of the 25 are AC/DC apparel, and Omona, which I looked at Omona when the ACFR came out. It's an online, they sell stuff online. And I don't know how the sales tax revenue stays within the city, where it's at the point of sale, I believe. But if we could foster some of that on Montecito, getting these online retailers to set up shop, that could be a potential for some pretty good revenue.
The huge warehouse.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be the warehouse, I don't think.
Which we have. No, which we have, though.
Oh, we do, yeah, on Montecito on the north side.
Yeah, actually, you could repurpose.
But those could be opportunities where online retail sales are flowing out, because I think the AC/DC is on the boulevard, and the Omona, I think they actually left. I looked them up, and they're not. I don't think they're domiciled in Sierra Madre anymore. So we had 1 year of their revenue, and HDL has the numbers. And I don't know what kind of numbers those 2 businesses are generating, but they could be a potential low impact to the community as far as parking impacts and just people, right, coming, but it also could generate revenue.
But that also goes to, I don't know what the right word is from a planning perspective, but like mix, right? Like AC/DC is a great business in terms of generating sales tax, but it's a terrible storefront. I mean, and it's in a good location, during a high traffic retail corridor, and it's not open to the public. And there's a number of businesses on the boulevard that fit that that they probably are good businesses and they're generating whatever jobs and whatever benefit, but they are not boulevard retail, drawing people in, making it more attractive for people to visit because they're not open for that kind of business.
And that's why I posed that question to the planning director. The question of, well, leakage, are we doing cap and spacing for, we're talking about leakage, but is it for leakage or is it more for the downtown character? When I had a decision to open my own office, my wife was the smart one. She said, don't open it downtown. You don't want to take a retail spot and have a professional service there. And I'm not trying to poo-poo on those that are there, but we do have quite a few professional services that aren't retail. So, maybe some cap and spacing for those issues could be one way to go around it, because we don't have a lot of empty storefronts either right now. I mean, we don't have blight here in Sierra Madre.
I feel like, and maybe the planning director remembers, I feel like the planning commission considered, or maybe the city attorney considered changes to our municipal code that would limit or dictate, or whatever the right word is, permitting categorically certain businesses, and they were not, the planning commission was had no interest in creating these kind of distinctions around business types. And I don't remember the exact context, but they were just we're not in the business of dictating what businesses are here, and they just wanted no part of it. Do you remember that?
So there's two parts of that. There was a city council discussion on what type of business, and then there is a distance requirement between, another similar services on the same block. So there's that discussion. And for the commercial, there is a discussion with Planning Commission that was there shouldn't be a residential in the first 50 feet of a commercial storefront. So commercial storefront is limited to retail only. They will discourage offices and residential storefronts because they want to active the street and make sure that there is pedestrian walkabilities and activities to promote the streetscape.
Just a clarifying question. What is a residential storefront?
Like our city attorney mentioned, the state law, the recent passed state law allow you to convert any commercial space into residential.
Okay.
If it's affordable housing, it's by right, you can do that.
So it's still, it is like in our downtown, it is like a commercial building, but it's turned into residential.
Correct.
Okay.
And what Planning Commission did is they put a limit on the first 50 feet. They still allow you to have residential, but not at the first 50 feet facing the boulevard.
Unless it's on the second floor.
Yeah.
Where the constraints of Measure V come into place, right?
Yep.
Because of the height restrictions.
Yep.
In order to be able to, create the type of mixed use, there would have to be some parcel consolidation, and then you'd need to have the height or the density in order for that type of development to pencil out. And going up one story probably wouldn't do it.
Yep. So tonight, the staff is looking for direction. Do we want to quantify or, I guess, be more distinct on what our direction is and agreements? I would like to look at the improvement district just for numbers and understand better. I appreciate how it's presented, but I always need more information, like what does that look like as a cost?
So you're trying to determine what the assessment would be for individual businesses?
Thank you.
Okay.
I love it when you speak for me in a much more eloquent way. Thank you.
Well,
Much better.
To add to that, though, I think it's circumstantial based off of the level of service that you're anticipating and providing, right? So
Well, considering
we
we're not
could do the assessment, but what is the assessment funding.
Well, I guess I'd like some examples or even understanding for not a gigantic city like Burbank, because I appreciate that, but something relative, because it's easy to give us an example, like here's what they do, or here's an opportunity. But if we can't tell Chamber anything about how much that might cost or, what that might entail, the answer's gonna be no, because we just don't know enough information.
Do we have any idea what our businesses want? Like, I feel like we're saying, we want this, and we want that, and we want this other thing, and I don't know if any of that aligns with what the actual current businesses want or need, and I don't know, I don't want to pretend that we're gonna master plan our downtown and push the existing businesses out, because that's not at all what I think we should be doing.
So there has been a lot of data collected. One, when the police department was doing the downtown parking survey, there was a lot of data collected on what businesses want, not just in terms of parking, but what individual businesses want. We do have the barrier still that we have businesses that haven't been part of Chamber and don't have anything to do with Chamber, and so that would have to be fostered. But the surveys that we did with Cosmot, could we use some of that data? And then also with the downtown. And there was also a business survey done when we looked at redoing the streets and the water main. There was another business survey.
I think didn't the chamber just do one? They walked the streets, not just chamber members, but they went business to business. And it was during the parking time, but
Yeah.
parking was one of the questions, but they also had other
Yes,
questions,
that's, I think, what I was referring to.
which was about a year ago.
Yeah.
Did we ever get that information?
Mm-hmm. It was presented during the meeting that we talked, it was talked about, it was presented in one of those sub-town hall meetings that were about the parking study that were held.
Oh, the chamber came to one of those town halls and presented the results of their walkabout?
I don't remember if it was Chamber or somebody else, though.
Do we
'Cause it
know
was
if we
before.
asked specific questions about the types of services that businesses were looking for?
That's what I don't remember, but it came out in the public comment.
Because a good place to start might be a survey. A survey of asking residents, like, are you satisfied with the mix of businesses that you have in town, and where do you go and what do you look for that isn't in Sierra Madre? But then two, the other side of it of asking the businesses, what type of support and issues are you facing in, maintaining your business in Sierra Madre, or what struggles do you have about locating in Sierra Madre, so we can identify maybe where those pain points are, and then identify programming to support those issues. Might be a good place to start.
Okay.
And all goes to parking. To your comment about I don't know if it was in the public forum, but you mentioned that the parking behind the Playhouse is filled during the day. And I usually don't go during the day, and I try to park there during the day, and it was completely full. During the evenings, it's not, but yeah, so.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to know who's parking there. Maybe it's employees of the downtown
Assuming.
businesses. That would be good, right? Because it would keep them out of the retail spaces.
But parking's tight during the day, that's for sure.
I've heard great things about the new parking lines, especially on the north parking lots of the boulevard, because they said one of the worst parts is that there wasn't enough space because people weren't parking appropriately.
You can see them now. Yeah.
Yes. So anyway, so that's one direction, I guess, is kind of fully, I guess, better understand what our needs are.
It's a better starting point, I think.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about doing surveying for other purposes. It seems like this could be part of that, because the surveying we were talking about was around, city services and cities, are you satisfied with, what's going on in the city? It seems like it could easily extend to, business-oriented aspects as well.
Yeah, and as included in the FY '27 budget package from the city manager's office would be a proposal for surveys like you're describing.
With the Cosmot study, maybe there is more data in there that they didn't report to us, because it wasn't exactly what we requested. And I'm wondering if there's more data that they collected that it wasn't part of their report.
Some of their data, they don't have sources. That's the other thing, because the median income of a Sierra Madre household or resident is way different than the census. So I'm curious, where they get their numbers.
We can ask them.
I mean, there's already a source there, just better reporting of data that's already there, or analyzing it in a different lens.
Sure.
And then
Because the leakage, their source is placer.ai. Where's that come from?
That's an economic development group.
Yeah,
on
that
labor.
follows your cell phone, and it pays attention to where you go.
So
Oh.
how Google watches where you go?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was. That's creepy.
Can you opt out of that?
Yeah, that's way creepier. That's why when you're in a backyard and it has a search for patio furniture all of a sudden. All right, so that would be one or two parts of the direction is our goals are mostly for the enhancement of our residents and to be purposeful about what we are looking to do, what do the businesses want out of this, obviously to be more successful, but more specific than that, and then what do our residents want from their downtown district. What else was there that we talked about?
I mean, I do like the idea the Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Goss brought up about having given the resources restraints, having a focus, right? And restaurants seems great to me. I mean, obviously it would be good to have data from the businesses and the residents, but our goal cannot be some amorphous making Sierra Madre downtown great again or something. But like, I mean, I think given our resource constraints, we are going to have something more specific and targeted. And I love the idea of the restaurants is because you're right, the Playhouse has been very much, programming and very much touting all of the people that they're bringing in. But what I don't see happening is that concerted partnership with, and I know they say that people go to restaurants and things like that, but I would love to see the Playhouse and Sierra Fusion and Bess and whoever only place in town, like have it like combo, right? Buy a ticket to the Playhouse and and also buy a prefix at whatever restaurant, and then it's a combo, so that the business knows it's getting business, and so maybe they'll stay open later after a play, right? Because they know they have a built-in, patronage for that night, and then but that then goes to the point. But we could do that anyway. I mean, we don't have to create more restaurants for that to happen. But I do think the idea of having a thematic or some sort of specific focus would be good for us because we can't do all things for all people.
I loved too in that same theme where the Bottle Shop did a collaboration with all the restaurants that if they bought the wine there, they would be waived the corking fee at the restaurants. And it's somehow, I don't know how that really behooved your restaurant, except that they'd be happy to take, so not every restaurant has beer and wine anyway, so it was kind of a neat collaboration.
Well, and the city did some of that too, right? Like I know, I don't know if it was last summer or the summer before, but the community services department said, "Hey, stop by these participating restaurants and get a picnic basket for night, a concert night or a movie in the park." And so, I mean, the city can do some of that as well, in terms of that linkage between events and the businesses and helping the businesses create these promotional, events or excitement.
Would you think we've already talked about our relationship with Chamber and how they're improving and how they're revamping and doing work. Do you think it'd behoove us not to just have a liaison that goes to chamber meetings, but to be more intentional about having meetings with Chamber and our council liaison and on what we need to help them with and what they need to help out, or how we could collaborate better? Because it sounds like their board meetings aren't necessarily meant for that kind of purpose.
Well, the staff that we've been sending are community services staff because it's mostly been focused on special events.
That's what I mean, though.
Right.
The meetings are intentional for special events and for
Right.
those discussions, and their membership, not for their relationship with the city. That's not the purpose of us going to their meetings, right?
Could we back up? Do we agree that, or did we, is there a consensus that we want to enhance surveys you're talking about to include surveys of our residents and businesses about these very issues? Have we got to that point yet, or?
Yeah.
I thought we-
I don't know that we did a straw poll or anything. I know we did not.
Yeah.
Well,
We asked if we
maybe
could
could
look
just
at
agree
data
on
we
that
already have.
tonight.
Well, we said, well, let's look at the data we've already pulled and try to see if that data's there, and is it just not reported in the way that we had requested prior?
And if it's not,
But
do you?
I think to your point,
Survey data?
yeah, because part of my job used to be survey and questionnaire design, and questions are very important. And having a professional write those questions rather than a volunteer board, not throwing shade on the volunteer board, there's a lot of value there because they ask the right questions in the right way to get the right answers.
Well, and the survey provider that we've talked to it's a dynamic survey, right? So that if you answer a question in a certain way, the next question might be different than for a person who answers the question in a separate way. So, it's very sophisticated in
There's
terms
skips and all kinds of things, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, yes, I do. I am very much in favor of that for many reasons, and I think we can sneak this into it as well as well as serving the other purposes that we've discussed. And so, to me, that seems a little bit like a largely no cost. I mean, because we're thinking about doing it anyway, and so this kind of creates a dual purpose for something we might already pay for.
And the reason I bring that up is because I'm not sure what useful information that the previous surveys will give us.
I don't know either, but I just didn't find enough. To be honest, I just didn't find enough in that survey to even be close to what we requested.
Yeah.
When it was presented, I'm like, this is not at all what we asked for. We asked for economic development questions, like.
Oh, as far as the Cosmo?
Yeah, and so some of that data, like, I saw their questions, their data
I
should
thought
be
you were
there.
talking about previous surveys, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. We kind of need to chunk this up because I don't think we're prepared to have a sophisticated policy discussion about how we feel about
That's what I was
economic
wondering.
development.
Would we see the chamber as one of those entities that assists us with this, or do we not? Like, should we start defining what they are to us and what we are to them?
I think they need to finish defining what they are, and I'm happy to have that conversation or suggest that at the meeting. But
Okay.
I think like you said, they're in transition, and I'm not sure they have fully figured out what they want to be or where they're going.
Maybe they should do a retreat and do like their mission statements. You know what I mean? Like you do this, revamp our mission statement. What's our purpose?
I'm not sure they could last that long for a weekend.
Retreat can be a day. They can do an afternoon.
Well, I mean, Wisteria and Winter Village are two huge tasks. And that takes a lot of their resources for the year. I mean, and that's almost what they
But
are
then
around to
it's almost
do.
like the Sierra Madre Events Committee. Then you're an events committee, not a chamber of commerce.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what, I mean, and again, no disrespect,
No,
but
not
they
at
are
all.
basically an events committee, which is fine, because I'm not sure the events committee could do 2 more events. So, I mean, it is a function that needs to be filled. But to me, they really don't fill the stereotypical chamber of commerce role.
All right.
But going back to Mayor Pro Tem's point, like I said, I think maybe the survey is a good starting point.
Yeah.
We need a starting point.
Yeah.
We need to define what we're looking for.
Yeah.
And we don't know what our constituents and our residents and our businesses want unless we ask them. And we can't just go off the voice of the louder ones and the ones that we talk to all the time.
Yeah, as long as it's scientific.
Yep.
I mean,
Do we need a motion on it?
I think he's looking for direction.
I mean, I always prefer motions just to lock it in, but I will tell you that as part of the fiscal 27 budget proposal, I am bringing you a request for funding for surveys. So if you're comfortable with it, we can just move on.
That's fine. Fine with me.
That sounds great.
Who's moving, making that motion?
I think we can just address it in the budget process, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
we're good.
Anything else, making sure we're moving on? All right, let's move on to our last item, which is resolution number 2624, approving a teleconferencing procedure policy and disruption of remote access service policy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yep, I'll be quick. Just as a recap, we've already gone over what SB 707 was. It's the most substantive amendment to the Brown Act in the past 10 years. It identifies eligible legislative bodies. This is a new definition, and the city of Sierra Madre, because it's located in LA County, is an eligible legislative body. What does that mean? That means that the city now has to make remote participation available to members of the public for all meetings starting July 1st. And one of the requirements is that we adopt a policy on what happens if there's a disruption of our remote meeting access software. So if you look up on the screen here, that first policy behind you, the first policy is the state mandate, and it just identifies how we proceed if there's going to be disruption, and the basic the basic rule is if there is a disruption, for whatever reason, our feed breaks up, what we have to do is we have to take a recess and we have to allow for members, we have to allow for our staff to see if they can fix it. And if they can't fix it within an hour, then we reconvene and the city council needs to make a determination whether they want to make certain findings and continue the meeting, adjourn the meeting, or allow staff more time to see if they can fix it. That's really what this all breaks. That's the short of it with respect to this policy. And then, unless there's questions about the disruption policy,
I do have one question.
I'll move on to the teleconferencing. Yes, disruption.
So just so I'm clear, we're required to adopt a policy, but then we're mandated what needs to be in the policy?
Most of what is in the policy is mandated under state law, correct? And this policy also has a second element which I included, which is what happens if a member of the public disrupts the meeting using teleconferencing, so Zoom bombing, things like that. What do we do in that situation? And the policy contemplates it, which is basically we warn you, and then if you don't heed the warning, if you're participating via audio, we'll mute you, or if your disruption is visual, we'll turn off your video feed. Worst case scenario, we kick you out of the meeting.
Same as in person, just digitally.
Yeah.
Is it your understanding that the new upgrade to our technology in the chamber is going to allow for this access?
I hope so. I don't know.
Okay.
And who controls that?
I missed the question?
If there's a disruption, or we have a policy about how to mute, silently warn, mute, turn off camera, what do you call it? Close out, kick him out of the virtual meeting. Do we have the capability of doing that? And number two, who would be doing that?
Yes, we would have the capability of doing that because we're now fully teleconference, available, right? We could do Teams and Zoom and all of that. And it would be whomever is managing the meeting, which would either be IT or city clerk staff from there, right? So if there's somebody in the Zoom meeting, they're misbehaving, we have administrator rights in the Zoom who we can kick out or mute. Staff would be able to handle that.
Do we need to keep their audio open? As just like somebody in the gallery here would be able to speak out loud, or can we?
No.
Okay, good.
They
No.
could still do the streaming without virtual logging in. So in other words, they could just watch the stream on YouTube where they're not being able to respond.
No, my question is more towards the access. Do we give them unfettered access via an audio feed?
Right. So we don't need to. It's all going to depend on how staff sets it up. So like let's take Zoom, for example. There are two different types of features. There's the meeting feature, which is all what we're all accustomed to. But then I forget what it's called, the presentation feature, right? So in the presentation feature, no one has access to speak unless given access to speak, and then you can remove that access, and that's all up to the administrator. So it just depends on what staff ultimately uses, but just know that starting July 1st, you're going to start receiving public comments remotely. People calling into meetings and providing public comment and participating, and you probably see them on the screen, maybe, if we allow for visual access.
Yeah, that was the comment. That was my question before the mayor's, which is through this upgrade, I assume we're going to have the capability to provide the access that we were required to provide in July.
Yeah, I'll defer to.
Yeah, we have that functionality. The question is, do you want to offer that resource to the public?
Well, it sounds like we have to.
We have to.
Well, they have to be able to participate via, for like public comment, right? The extent of that participation is it's really an administrative decision. Do you want to show their a video feed, right? Maybe you just limit it to audio and just continue broadcasting the video via YouTube. So there's a lot of different permutations of this.
There's also the ability, correct me if I'm wrong, when this came up during COVID, where during that part of the meeting, it opened up again during public comment where they could be able to unmute, raise their hand, and respond. But during the other times, it was just them watching a screen. So there's that capability in Zoom or most programs where you just you don't even see them at all. They're just hearing you and seeing you, like the feed, and then it opens back up for public comment, then it shuts back down.
Right.
Okay.
And as far as, let's say, our video feed on YouTube goes down, but it's still available on Channel 3, do we have to write a policy stating what happens during that situation?
This is the policy. This is the policy. And if our if the public is unable to participate, either they can't see the meeting remotely or they can't speak, you have to stop the meeting.
But my question is, if we have multiple modes of seeing the meeting,
Right.
let's say one of the modes goes down, but the other one survives, like we had, I think it was the last 2 meetings ago. YouTube was still continuing, but Channel 3 was not working.
It's whatever's been agendized. So on the face of the agenda, if we say, here's how you participate remotely, and we identify that, because we don't identify the YouTube feed on the agenda, for example. That's just an extra supplement. So if that goes down, that's fine, so long as whatever's been identified on the agenda doesn't go down.
Okay.
So we could just identify multiple access points, and then to Councilmember Garcia's point, we would only have to suspend the meeting if all of the options were unavailable.
Yeah, it'd have to be, the state law doesn't contemplate what you all are saying, but I assume you would achieve the state law's purpose, which is if you have multiple ways of accessing it, and members of the public are able to access it in those multiple ways, then they're still able to access it, and that should be fine, I think.
The bigger problem is what you said, is them having access, because neither the Channel 3 nor the YouTube channel allows for
Correct.
or for participation access from the public. And so really the key is going to be what that looks like, and that's the thing we'd have to probably mostly worry about going down.
And Channel 3 is not available to everybody. You need to be a cable subscriber.
Oh, yeah.
But you
I
can
don't
log
have
on
it.
to YouTube or the feed.
So could we notice Channel 3, even though it has to have a paid subscription? It's not open and free.
You can always notice Channel 3, but if you're going to notice Channel 3, it doesn't. You would still need to have a way for members of the public to participate remotely and give their remote public comment.
What is the live video stream on our website? What is that? Is that YouTube?
Links to YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we do notice the YouTube.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, but I may have misunderstood. Do these changes require us to provide teleconferencing as a way to participate in the meeting?
Correct.
It's not if the meeting is teleconferenced?
No. Members of the public will need to have remote access going forward, starting July 1st.
So every meeting we have has to have a teleconference option.
Correct.
And so right now we say on our agenda that you can do it at Foothills Media or Channel 3. Then we would have to have, say, Zoom in there as a third option?
Right.
And could we eliminate one of the other two?
Yes.
And we could just have Zoom?
Possible.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
As I understand it, City Attorney, the city can provide resources for the public to watch the film or watch the video, but the public participation is the actual Zoom. And if that is what goes down, then that's the only thing that would prevent the meeting from continuing forward, not if the Channel 3 or YouTube go down, because those aren't the participation channels. The participation channel would be the modem through the Zoom.
It depends how you set it up. So if you scroll up to the definition section there, and again, this is all just coming from state law. So, So scroll down a little further to two-way telephonic. Yep. So there's two options. A two-way audiovisual platform means an online platform that provides participants the ability to participate in the meeting via both interactive video conference and two-way telephonic service. Or you could set up a two-way telephonic service, which means a telephonic service that does not require internet access and allows participants to dial a telephone number to listen and verbally participate. So yes, that's right. City clerk, correct.
I don't see it much different than a lot of cities or entities already have.
Very common.
It's really common what they have right now.
Sierra Madre is pretty unique in this regard. Most cities have already done it.
Yeah. For part of the policies, I would say, do we have to be specific about how we determine the policy? Like, for instance, do we say, if the feed goes down for more than 5 minutes, then we go to this? Does it have to be that specific?
The only specificity with respect to what happens when the feed goes down is the state law mandates that you call a recess for a minimum of 1 hour, or
Oh, wow.
or when the feed goes back up, whichever occurs first.
Okay.
So after that 1 hour elapses, then, like I said, you have 3 options as the council.
Okay.
Adjourn the meeting, make specific findings in order to continue the meeting, and you have to adopt that by like 3/4 vote, I believe. Or the third option is allow staff more time to troubleshoot.
Do we, for a public participation, are there options other than Zoom?
I don't know. It's a,
Yeah, I mean, there's WebEx, there's Teams, there's Zoom, there's a whole
Dial-in.
host. Yeah, I mean,
Just different software.
I mean, I'm familiar with Zoom for a participation in a public meeting. I'm not and I'm familiar with Teams for public meeting. I just haven't seen, or for WebEx, I've not seen Teams do it.
we'd have to research the functionality to figure out what works best. I know Zoom and WebEx are
Right.
pretty substantial. The city that I just came from utilized WebEx for teleconferencing for city council meetings. What a chore that is
Right.
to manage that. You know, it would require additional staff at every meeting to manage that. It's not a one-person.
So does the city have a preference on the teleconferencing platform?
I think we need to evaluate it to figure it out. I know we already have pre-existing Zoom licenses. WebEx is a separate standalone sort of
Right.
tool. So we would probably lean towards Zoom unless Teams with our Microsoft licensure has the tools to do
Got
what
it.
we're talking about, but we can evaluate that.
Any more questions? Sorry.
so that's the first policy. There's a second policy, if you don't mind clicking on that one. That second policy isn't mandated by state law. This is just for the benefit of both staff and the council. It's a breakdown of all the new teleconferencing options available to you and how they work. So if you see on the columns, or the top row lists out what the options are that are available to the city of Sierra Madre. And then the first column lists out the unique requirements to each. So it's just it's an easy to use tool, and if the city council adopts both these policies, then it's something we can update as teleconferencing law changes over time under the Brown Act.
So you characterize this table as an easy-to-use tool. No offense, I don't find it easy to use. I was looking at it and I keep tripping over it. I'm wondering if there's something that like we can create a flow diagram or a question that would really help me, like, just to figure out what is allowed, kind of how you can get to each one of these 6 exemptions. Some of them are easier than others, but the traditional exemption, I thought that had gone away, but it has. Right, exactly. So I'm still trying to understand what that one is for. The others, I think, are more clear cut, but the traditional exemption is I'm struggling with a little bit in light of the other 5 options.
Right. So first, let me draw a distinction between these 2 policies. That first policy you saw was about the public's participation. The second policy you're seeing is about the council members' participation.
Right.
I called it easy to use because the alternative is narrative format under the Brown Act, under the statute, the way it reads, which is pretty complex. I'm happy to explore other options, other ways to show how these different options can work. But just big picture, you have the traditional option, which you can always use and there's no limit on its use, right? But you're gonna have to agendize your location and make your location available to the public and all that stuff. And then there's this new disability exception, which doesn't apply to anyone currently on the council. And then there's these other ones, and the remainder all have generally limits, a lot of stringent limits associated with them. But if there are specific questions, council member, I can talk about specifics.
So what about the last one? an eligible multi-jurisdictional body exemption, do we need to have that in? Are we going to have a multi-jurisdictional body? Would that be like if we had it with the planning commission? Is that what that is?
No, it's
Yes.
more like a SCAG.
Or like the
Right.
district.
So
Water district.
do we need to have that in our policy since that, I mean, is there a scenario that would apply to us?
Yes.
Not necessarily the city of Sierra Madre, but the city of Sierra Madre or individual council members as they participate in those other
Understood.
organizations, yes.
So here's an example, like.
So do we need it in our policy if it's another body that has it? I'm curious.
Well, my
I hear
question
you.
would
I
be
just-
exactly this. Let's say I can't make it down to the district sanitation meeting in time because we have a meeting here. And we choose to teleconference, and then that allows anybody else to come and teleconference with us as long as they give notice. But we have to set up that teleconference just like City of Pasadena does once in a while, just like them, correct?
It would be, this would make you aware of that right, but that right is something that you would have to exercise with that other entity,
But we have to,
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
but we have to notice it.
Not we, the
No.
city, the
No.
sanitation district would notice it.
Right.
No, but let's say I cannot make it to a meeting.
Right.
So my question would be, we have to provide the Zoom here at City Hall for me to join.
You can.
Yes.
It's an option available to you.
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
you
If
don't-
if this is my only option to participate in the meeting and to have voting rights that day
There's
for
very,
that.
and there's only very specific reasons you could even do that, though, by the way. You can't just decide you can't go and you can just open it up here. There's actually specific reasons that you're going to be absent.
Is that what this entails?
It has
That
to be like
covers
travel
this?
for a business, like it has to be travel on
No,
council.
that's a
business.
No,
different, that's
that's
a different
different.
exception, yeah. That's a different exception.
Because this is exactly what, Supervisor Barger does. This is exactly what the sanitation district does. City of Pasadena's done it. I went to City of Pasadena and Zoomed, but I had to notice them under that, is what I'm guessing. It's that will be in the future, under that clause.
Right. So,
Okay.
so again, this would inform you that you have this ability as a participant, as the mayor of Sierra Madre, to do with that other agency, but ultimately it's through the other agency that this has to happen. So to your point, Councilmember, it's basically I'm informing you of what the possibilities are available to you, but not necessarily, all these aren't necessarily things that the city of Sierra Madre would be doing.
Maybe rather than doing a more complex flow chart, it's separating what our body can do and what other bodies can do. Maybe that would be the easier way of it, because when I was trying to do this, I was trying to process it, and I'm like, how does this work in this body if this is our policy, right? I mean, to Mayor Lowe's point is, yes, we can be here to take other meetings, but it's not the city of Sierra Madre providing the Zoom address. It is that body that's providing the Zoom address, right? It's their Zoom
On their
account
agenda.
that's doing it. It's their agenda that it's on. Sorry.
But the part of the question would be this. If we did that, we would have to open it up for public comment at our location.
Yes.
Via our Zoom account. So we would be logging in with our Zoom account or whatever into theirs and providing public comment from our side because we're at another remote location. So people would be able to actually come and give public comment at City Hall during that meeting via our session, District 15.
Yes,
Yes.
it's in the chart. It requires an opportunity for public participation.
Yeah,
But
so
it's I'm sorry, we're getting in.
No, that's a question. That's an absolute question. He said yes.
but it would be agendized on that other agency's agenda.
But we would not have to have a Zoom, another Zoom account for people to dial in and to be there. They either have to go to that agency's Zoom account or be present in this room. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah.
No, it says call in or internet based and in person. So that
And you can't do like multiple Zooms
Yes.
accounts and merge them together. It's one meeting and you just log in and
Right.
participate.
Right.
So it's different than the previous section we have. If I understand it, in the previous section, we have to have a Zoom option for anyone in our city that wants to participate in this. If in this exemption here, it's the other body and it's all of their Zoom account. We just show up here in our body. We have three responsibilities, as I understand under this one. Number one is to notice, to tell them at least 48 hours advance so they can put it on their agenda. 72, thank you. Two is that we have to have this place, this location open for the public comment. And three, we have to have a Zoom ability to be able to do it. Okay.
And the "we" in that sentence, I think, is the other agency.
Well, the physical location, they own the Zoom account. We have to let people in, and we have to notice the location. That's our responsibility. That's the difference to me.
I don't think we notify.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. No. We have to inform them. We as individuals on council have to inform them so that they do the noticing. That's where I was trying to get.
And Councilmember Parkhurst, your concern only applies to that last column. All the other columns, the city can do itself.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Any more questions? Do we have public comment?
No public comment, ma'am.
Discussion?
I would say, to address Councilmember Parker's concern, I think really what it needs is just definitions of what these exceptions are. That, I think, would make it easier. Then you would know, like, you could look at the definition and be like, do I have that excuse? Oh, yes, I might. And then you could go and look and see what the requirements are for that. Because I think the problem is this sort of assumes that you know already which exception you're looking at, and then it tells you what the various features are, but you don't necessarily, off the top of your head, know if you qualify for any of these exemptions. So I feel like maybe if there's
The first or the second row should list what the requirements are. So for example, if you're going to do just cause, it'd be children or.
Oh, okay. So that's.
It breaks it down
So
that
that's
way.
sort of these are the sort of the definitions
Yeah,
of these exceptions.
that's how I'd set it up.
But the challenge I have is that it works in three of the columns. It doesn't work in three of the columns.
Because those three don't need reasons. Yeah.
Understood, but then you have to have, to Councilmember Krieb's point, which I really like, is that you have to have the definition of what an eligible multi-jurisdiction body exemption is, or an eligible subsidiary body exemption is, which I still don't understand what that one is.
Can you just put a
right?
link?
Yeah.
Can you just put the link on there? So you click in and it tells you?
Probably just put the actual definition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the actual definition is, yeah.
Yeah, let me think through that. So maybe if the council is willing to not adopt this specific policy, and let me tinker with it, and if the council's open to adopting the first one regarding remote public access, we can proceed that way.
Is there any more direction before
what?
we move? In other words, is there any more direction for City Attorney Garagosian on other things you'd like to see changed on the teleconference procedures chart?
As far as the noticing,
Which?
for any of them, is it all 72 hours, or does it depend on if it's an emergency?
Doesn't it say
Well-
as soon as?
Yeah, I think you're remembering emergency circumstances, which used to be one of the exceptions, which is no longer. Now it's undue hardship, and I'm sorry, just cause, and the answer is generally speaking, yes, they all need to be noticed except for the just cause exception when there's some kind of emergency.
Could we add the notice requirements for each? That would be helpful. I think.
That's why I asked. So because if we're going to follow one of these, or we just have to miss the meeting, right? If we can't, if we don't have.
In most instances, you're going to have to miss the meeting because you're probably not going to want to notice wherever you are and open it up for public participation. I know you did. I know you did it once, but I couldn't once because actually I was at the airport and people can't. Who knew? People can't just come into the airport, so it wasn't a public. It wasn't publicly available.
Unless you stand outside.
No, even then, like there's actually no. Actually, even if you're in the like lobby area, they're not really supposed to be there unless you are traveling.
Do we need for the just cause exemption? You know, there's when I've been at meetings and there's a just cause. There's like there's a script you have to say at the sanitation district. It's very specific. Like I am taking this location for this reason because I've got a just cause and it's some formal disclosure. Are we required to make that formal statement disclosure?
You don't need to make that formal disclosure, but you do need to let staff know, and it will be reflected in the minutes. Now, whether it's reflected in the minutes because you want to make a public statement or
Okay.
because staff reflects it in the minutes because we know ahead of time, totally your call.
Got it. So if we're ready for a motion, I'm willing to make one.
Are we moving? Oh, yeah, I guess so.
So
Motion to
here's
give
my
direction?
proposed motion, is that I would propose that we adopt the policy for disruption of telephonic or internet service during meetings, and that we refer the broad teleconferencing policy back for further development to bring to a future council meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We didn't come up with their disruption remote access service. So we didn't move the full resolution. You just moved to the teleconference procedures?
No,
No.
the other way around. We just
Okay.
voted on the disruption policy. We just approved the disruption policy.
But didn't you say we have to determine what we would do if it's not, like, if it's after an hour, we have to just say, or you're saying we have to determine at that time?
At that time, at
Got
that
it.
time.
I thought you had to come up with that in the
No, no,
policy,
no,
be
at that time.
specific. I was like, oh, gosh, okay.
At that time.
Okay, that's great. All right. Are there any more items for future agendas?
Madam Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 items. I'll make them quick. Would love to get an update on the city status with the CPA Energized Communities program and get a presentation of kind of where we are in the timeline on that. Per the meeting that I had this morning, would love to agendize a discussion of a potential resilience district pilot with the California Forward program. And then finally, I'd like to better understand the YMCA's allowing the use of their pool to LaSalle and the impact that has on our residents.
I don't know if this is an agenda item or more of a, can you give us some direction? Or I didn't know that we were doing a solar project on top of the roof of the other building until like more recently. I didn't understand that it was going to be implemented in 6 months. So somehow that never came across into my purview.
It was before.
It's been a long
It's been a while.
Oh, maybe it's before me.
Maybe before you were on council.
Oh, so it's
yeah.
before I was on council. There we go. But I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But with us looking at, we applied for grant funding for from Congresswoman Chu for analyzing how we're going to rebuild our fire and police department. Would that impact us putting the solar panels on? He said we'd have to talk about that, and we probably
I
shouldn't.
think he misunderstood your question.
I think he meant that if we already had something in the works, we're gonna have to change the plans because the plans have already been submitted.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is we're going forward and putting solar panels on top of a building, and we might, according to our grant request, demolish.
Well, I don't know that we would demolish it as much as rehabilitate it. And
Okay.
if the roof is already done with solar, then we're just talking about the
Okay.
remainder of the building.
That just
so.
adjusts our plans. Got it. I didn't want to put it on there and be like, never mind, we're doing something.
And we're not paying for that either.
'Kay.
So,
Yeah, we take free stuff whenever
Yeah,
we get it.
totally. I just want to mess up the free stuff. All right, thank you. All right, do I have a
Move to
motion to
adjourn.
adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Thanks, everybody.